the intermediations compared to the direct exporters. So the possible implication from this one is the export spillover may be related to knowledge transfers generated by the foreign firms from their country of origin. Another implication is export intermediaries are vital as their influence increases on domestic direct exports, especially for the relatively complex and the distantly located markets. So, from the series, a proxy of constitutional authorities, government officials, rule of law, and electoral authorities, we found that the load of intermediate agri-export the quality of the destination market decreases or become weak. So, the comparative results now, to compare, this implies that the intermediate agri-exports facilitated domestic direct exports, especially the relatively weak, complex destination markets and the distantly located markets. So, I'm done. Yeah. So, to conclude now, I try to shed light to share with you the areas for further research. The first one that could be useful to look at the entry of new exporters and the law and how the likelihood of entry into export is affected by the presence of intermediaries and the foreign firms. This with the control for location, destination, etc. It could also be good to assess whether the export performance of domestic firms is product category specific. At the present stage, was limited to the focus. And the next one, it would also be interesting to investigate the impact of institutional quality on the intensive margin of export by combining a panel of sectors, because this one focuses only on one sector. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. That was John with his presentation on agriculture export intermediation. Now I'll give another round of questions, a very quick one, before we go to the last presentation. I have one hand over there. That would be good if you have only one comment. So, hi. Please give him the microphone.
Thank you, John, for the presentation. In your findings, first I'll start with the methodology. In the methodology, you have just explained, augmenting the gravity model with the PPML to advance the robustness of the outcome, which is good. And of course, you have also tested for sensitivity eventually, but you have not mentioned one of the theory which I think you should have also used, the transaction cost theory, which would have helped you to uncover the impact of intermediaries. Because if you look at it, the intermediaries are actually addressing the issues of transaction cost, the issue of information asymmetry, that as we found, and the issue of bargaining, just to mention a few. That's number one. Also, you have indicated that the institutional weakness or quality of institution matters. If you could also highlight, maybe I couldn't hear you when you presented, how do you capture the institutional quality? Because that is also important. And my third issue is, according to the gravity model, the distance is an issue, because the nations which are closer do trade more than nations which are far apart. But in your conclusion, you are mentioning the factor that is affecting trade between two nations which are far apart is the quality of institutions. How do you draw that conclusion? Thank you.
Thank you very much for that question. Any other hand? There are two hands, one here and another one there. Please.
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Kennedy Edward. I'm the CEO of the Hotels Association of Tanzania. Just to complement what the previous speaker mentioned, maybe on the area of the next studies that you have to conduct, can you capture the effects in terms of pricing when there's existence of intermediaries, and maybe how each of them affect the pricing, international, domestic, etc. Thank you.
Thank you. On our side, I think before that, thank you for good presentation, but I think there's a lot of things to be reviewed or to be researched again, because for the case of regulatory frameworks, it seems that we have a lot of challenges, and when we talk about intermediate and distance within export, for the case of Zanzibar, we have a lot of things there. What I want to add is, I think it's better to have another research, or to have another, as I can say, maybe a gap, because what we have been experiencing is we have agencies. Those are the ones who cover that government. They play as a government agency. So most of the time you can see that the efficiency within a government institution, they rely on those agencies. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Now we'll give an opportunity to our last presenter, and then we'll ask them to respond. We'll have a very short round of final comments, and then they will conclude the session. That is Dr. Kweka, and he is going to present on agriculture commodity price changes, food security, and household welfare in Tanzania. Dr. Kweka, please, 15 minutes.
Good morning. Please, IT, help me to share on the slide. Yeah, while IT is sharing the slide, I have just one question that will motivate my presentation. Assume you are a farmer and you are producing for the purpose, one, for consumption, and second, for selling. Which one would you prefer? If would you prefer higher prices from the agricultural produce when you are selling, or will you prefer low price when you go to the market to buy the good? Or if you combine the two together, what exactly will you want it to happen? And the second question is that, assume also you are a farmer and you just go, you use your time, efforts, and money to do some activities in the farming. The question is, have we ever thought that how much would you be paid for doing those activities, and how does affect your welfare? That's is the motivation on this study. So in terms of context, agricultural production in Tanzania has greatly affected in the production level, and when the production level is affected, definitely the development and the calorie intakes will also be affected, and that signal the issue of food security. However, we know that number of efforts have been made in order to ensure that productivity in the agriculture sector is increased. But the problem is that when there is extreme variation in inputs and output prices, then it really affects the household welfare. but to what extent, again, when the labor market frictions is included, then and how that affect the welfare of the household is the thrust of this study. In this case, when there is uncertainty in prices, it has implication in the long run for future food security, employment, and it can also undermine the trade opportunities, and can also affect the household welfare. Now, looking at the evolution of agricultural prices in Tanzania, we see that prices hasn't been stable. There is a moment of higher agricultural prices, and also there is a moment of low agricultural prices. So in this case then, in addressing that uncertainty of prices, there are a number of efforts that has been done by the government in order to cushion the effect of the variation in agricultural prices. However, one of the key interventions that has been made in the market is the imposition of non-trade barriers, particularly on cereal crops. And this case then, for example, in Tanzania, we have experienced a lot of export bans when it comes to export of agricultural products. For instance, in 2003, it was announced that there will no more restriction on export of agricultural products. But again, that's within 3 years, that announcement was withdrawn. So again, that in 2008, 2011, and from the end of 2007 to 2018, we experienced different announcements from the authorities saying that this time round, do not export cereal products, perhaps to other countries. And the reason perhaps may be very clear, that we want to ensure that our people get food. But again, that's, is that in mind, you just assume the one who is doing agriculture for the purpose of exporting. How painful is that farmer feel when it happens like that? Yet these bans actually tends to favor domestic consumers by lowering the price, that's fine, but hurting the domestic producers and traders by hindering them to access higher agricultural prices in the international markets. And this actually has underscore or undermine the proper function of the market in the long run, as well as the allocation of labor in the agricultural sector, because when now you are farming and the prices are not certain, then you may decide to migrate from the agricultural zones and find a way of life in other regions. So this also practice can also undermine the initiatives of the established Africa Free Continental Free Traders that aims to support agricultural business. Now, given the renege or policy inconsistency in agricultural products, we find now in the Tima's dilemma. The question is, do we want to support high price in order to encourage production, or to encourage low price in order to smooth consumption? That's the key questions that come in mind. So in that cases, I used the data from Tanzania National Panel Survey data, where there are two periods, and sometimes where a farmer experiences higher prices, and recently in the last 2 waves have the information where farmers express low prices of the agricultural products, and then I estimated the effects of those price changes on household welfare. But again, I try to quantify the hours that a farmer is using in the farm and yet is not paid. And I include that information in the compensation variation framework that evaluates welfare and observes that the effects on household welfare. So generally I have two objectives. One, I analyze the effect of agricultural price changes on household welfare in Tanzania and a perfect market, where I relax the issues of shadow wage. And secondly, I include the shadow wage and again quantify the effects of price changes on household welfare in Tanzania. So in this case, there is a number of steps that I went on, but I'll not go through the methodology. Let me go directly to the key finding. The key findings shows that household welfare gains is higher when there is higher prices for agricultural products, particularly when we consider a farmer who is farming purposely for selling. Again, that during the lower prices, household welfare were observed to low. And I also trying to disaggregate the information by considering net sellers, net buyers, and those people who are living in rural areas and urban areas. But overall, welfare gain is observed when a rational household who is farming purposely for selling, that he prefer the higher prices from the agriculture, and the low prices actually welfare gains was lower when there is low agricultural prices. Again, now when I included the shadow wage, that the shadow wage in the framework, we observe that welfare gain of the household increases. What does that mean? It means that if the hours that a household spend on the farming activities were quantified in terms of monetary value, then will actually improve the welfare of the household. Again, that in terms of food security, it was observed that a farmer who also involves in other activities such as off-farm has a higher probability of maintaining food security. However, household size was observed that it contributes to food insecure. The higher the number of the household, then the probability that that family will become food insecure increases. Conclusion. As I've said that this study has utilized the specific agricultural sector model to estimate the welfare of the household by comparing low and the higher prices. So the general conclusion is that lower prices is not the desired choice of a household. And again, that you can see the mechanism that can cause that action to happen. Why? Because the welfare gains are reduced by affecting production. When there is low prices, obviously any rational farmers will not prefer or continue to produce more, because at the end of the day he uses a lot of cost and then he is going to sell at the lower prices, so he will not prefer. And once that affects, it affects production, it will lower export earnings, and indirectly it also depress the per capita income of the household, and hence reducing consumption. So in that cases, the process may continue in such a way that even the initiatives and efforts that has been enacted to address the challenges in the agriculture sector may become ineffective, leading most of the household into the risk of being food insecure. Now, recommendations. And the price changes of agricultural produce as waste that affect household in different dimensions, and there is a need to close inclusive solutions are needed to close that gaps. And again, that since the welfare again of the household deteriorated as a result of low agricultural prices, then this call for a deliberate measure to help the households to access higher market prices for their produces within and even outside the border. Again, that higher prices of agricultural goods, actually, if we can help them to access higher agricultural prices, then it will provide the best chances for improving domestic agricultural productions, with the wide implication of increasing food security and household welfare in Tanzania. However, area of further start, probably one can use a systematic review of literature and find out how policy inconsistencies, particularly interventions on the exports of agricultural products, really undermine the effort of enhancing food security and the household welfare in Tanzania. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kweka, for that. We'll also have a round of comments and questions for Dr. Kweka, and then we'll give an opportunity for the researchers to respond to your comments very briefly, and we'll see if time allows, we can have another round of general comments from the audience. Questions, please, for Dr. Kweka. One hand over here, another down there. There's a hand and a hand. We have 4 hands, yes. So we'll start from this side. There's a lady there, there's a gentleman over there. Yeah.
Thank you, Doctor, for a good presentation. I just want to add on recommendation to say that there's an inclusive solution. The one thing that I think it's good for government to look forward on farmers is to give them awareness. Most of our farmers, they just produce a lot, but I can say that they consume what they have produced. They just forget they have to save and they have to make investment. So I think on this side we have to encourage them and give them awareness how to save and how to invest from the profit that they make or the margin that they get from the production. As well as we have to give them the skills on risk management and risk mitigation, because most of them, they depend on a weather condition, which is also is uncertainty, and then they stuck on produce only one crop. They forgot that we have different kind of crops and different types of weather and soil that they can have. So I think these 2 things are important for them. We can give them extra knowledge on how to save and how to invest, but also they have to get skills on risk management. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Lucas Katera, and of course you want to comment on the paper that Dr. Kweka has presented. The issue of food security is a bit challenging in addressing it, because either you support the agriculture sector or non-agriculture sector. For instance, if the government decides to ban export so that they can address food security from the local production, then automatically they affect the farmers' income, because then the farmers cannot access the better prices of agriculture output which is available outside the country. At the same time, they are supporting the non-agriculture sector because they become competitive. They can get food produced without demanding higher wages, therefore reduce the cost of non-agriculture sector, and of course make it competitive in terms of exporting, if we are to export non-agriculture from the non-agriculture sector. But of course the government can do it differently. For instance, it can decide to reduce the taxes for importers of food crops, so that even when they allow export from the agriculture sector, in this case they hurt the farmers, because the farmers now will be competing with agriculture products that are coming from outside the country. So I think the question is not really about allowing or banning export. It's really about trying to balance between agriculture and non-agriculture sector in terms of making them competitive. So how to get into that is really the food for thought and discussion for this group. Thank you.
Hello. My name is Dr. Noah Pauline from the my question goes to, it's a question or a comment goes to all the presentations. We heard from the discussions yesterday that climate change is real, and looking into the current or the recent sixth assessment report of the IPCC and the 1.5 degrees centigrade report, that climate change is real and we are approaching the tipping points. And one of the recommendations which came out yesterday was that we need to act now, work together, and connecting to the theme of this conference, we need to adapt our actions or to transition the economic development, or including trade, to a low carbon pathway where we can have less carbon emission to the atmosphere. So I'm wondering if the three presenters can comment on this with regard to their studies. How do these studies, the first one on digital warehouse receipts, the other one on the use of trade intermediaries, and the last one on agriculture commodity prices, how do these studies could be contextualized within the low carbon development pathways? How can we use, for example, the digital warehouse receipts to transition trade to a low carbon development pathway, a pathway that ensures reduced carbon emission? Thank you.
The last hand is over here.
Sorry, madam, I have the mic. May you give me also a minute to add on Dr. Noah? Sorry for that. Yes, I got an urge after hearing Dr. Noah talking about the low carbon emission. I'm part of the green activities. Well, we are all aware of the carbon emission, which is causing the environmental degradation. Well, if you look on the data, Africa is contributing very low to the carbon emission. If you look to the data, we are contributing less than 7% of the total carbon emission in the world, but it looks like we are, I mean, the emphasis is so much directed towards us compared to those who are producing much of this. If you look even on the per capita of carbon dioxide production in the world, we are at 0.000 per person compared to others. Now, why do we think the emphasis is so much on our side compared to others? They might be emphasizing much on their own way, but could any one of you respond on that? Why do we think currently the emphasis is so much on us compared to where the per capita carbon production per every person is very high compared to us? Thank you so much.
Thank you. My name is Charles Itembe. I'm coming from Export Processing Zone Authority. Mine is a comment, and it relates to the presentation made by John on the export performance. One of the area which I think is a bottleneck which need to be addressed, and everybody knows that, is industrialization that is meant for value addition on agricultural produces. As a question for further research, especially on the same theme of export processing, export improvement, I would also think during the study or any further study that will be coming, that we may need to separate on exports which have already been processed and the exports which are raw. And probably we try to assess again if these raw exports which we have price takers always would have been processed, what is the foreign currency earning would have been made. And in that matter, we assess the foreign currency gap that has been lost as a result of exporting raw materials other than final goods. That will also add for further policy research, but also recommendation to the government that what we need probably is to industrialize for processing industries that will add value, and eventually we increase the value of export. Probably that's an area which we can investigate further and do more research on that and have a more integrated support for that matter. That's my addition for that subject matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I realize I didn't introduce myself. My name is Oscar Mkude from Danish Embassy in Dar es Salaam. I would like to add a question to Dr. Kweka from the list of questions asked already. In the study, the topic of your study include the issues of price variation, food security, and household welfare. I would like to know the choice of household welfare in this context, because to me it look like more on returns on agriculture farmers than household welfare, because the context of household welfare is a little broader. It incorporates issues of happiness, issues of health, issues beyond what they get from agriculture. So what motivated you to use this context? Is it just semantic or for some particular reasons? That's number one. I would also like to understand if you had to decompose your group of study, population of study between commercial farmers and the smallholder farmers for consumption, would you land to different conclusions? Because commercial farmers, especially when you look into account labor market frictions and the shadow price, which you infused in your analysis as you presented, knowing that the shadow price you have used for smallholder farmers who do not do employment, or they employ their own labor, and therefore there's no price for that. But if you do commercial farmers who are employing real workers, they have price factored in it. Would you have different conclusion with regard to the market price variations for their produce? And of course, in that context, therefore, you could also decompose between commercial farming or commercial products vis-a-vis food step, which they sell the surplus for the smallholders farmers, just if that's possible. And lastly, I would like to also comment on my colleagues, two colleagues, who are talking about the carbon emission in the spirit of our subject today, especially the last one when he said that the 2% or maybe very insignificant contribution of our carbon footprint, why should we focus on that? It's kind of something like that. I think it's important that we also take action, because climate change no border. What happens elsewhere in the world will definitely affect also us, and we see it. Much as we don't have a lot of contribution on the climate footprint or carbon footprint, we see climate variation. We see change in rain pattern. We see increasing heat wave. We see a lot of others. So this is real. We have it, regardless of how much we are contributing. So whether we know, that's not out of question. What matters to me is each country has a role to play. The advanced countries may make available financial support for us to transform, but we should also act on our part. So there's no question, in my view, of who contribute more on the carbon emission. The question should be how together we act to address the problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I also congratulate the presenters for their very good statements and the presentation and the research results. I have two comments. One, I strongly support the statement from my colleague here on climate resilience. I think that we have no choice. We have to do it, because if we don't do it, then we are in trouble. The second is to all presenters, researchers. Since we are looking for practical aspects in which our farmers could respond, could access markets, could improve their productivity and their performance, is it possible we can be as practical as possible by also looking at best practices which our studies could concentrate on or make reference to very quickly, in order to be able to have practical recommendations and practical solutions which we can put forward. I can imagine, like the first speaker, if you look at the environment for production of the crops from that region, you could easily look at what Burkina Faso has done, what Mali has done, what Benin has done, in order to be able to respond to the precarious situation the farmers are facing and how they have been able to perfect their production environment and to access effectively the markets. In that case, you could see what elements of best practice could be replicated or recommended for such a production environment. The same other speakers who have done some research from regions. Like, I mean, if you compare Kilimanjaro and Mwanza and Shinyanga and so forth, you find that there are different products and different production environments. So you can't have one conclusion and one result, but you have to have sets of conclusions depending on the production environment in those regions. And therefore you can also look at what are the best practices which you can emulate from other production environments. So in that case, I think that is my comment to all the speakers. Possibly it's not for today. I mean, you may not have the answers today, but it could be one of the recommendations for further studies in the future. My name is Ahmed from Repoa. Thanks.
Very much. Now we have the last hand over there.
My name is Abdalla Ali, and I want to talk about the food security. As now we know the climate is changing and we are facing different climate impacts like droughts and floods. So how are we prepared for the preservation of food within our country? Because we may export all the food and we may suffer for hunger. One thing. Another thing is, like, if there are any policy or acts that allowed or control the food before exporting outside the country, do we have enough in our storage? Because like some countries like India right now, they stop export food. They fear for the drought for their country. How are we prepared for that? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your questions. On behalf of my panel, I have Dr. Emmanuel over there, who talked about the digital warehouse receipt system. Then we have Mr. John here, who talked about the agriculture export intermediation, and also Dr. Kweka, who talked about the agriculture commodity prices. They've already presented their research, and you have also contributed some comments, questions to improve the research, but also to advise on the implementation of the work they've done. So I would like to take this opportunity, because of time, to give them 3 minutes each to not to respond, but to conclude, because these questions and comments are noted for improvement, but I want them to conclude what they've presented, and then we'll close the session. I'll start with Dr. Kweka.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much for the observation. In fact, climate change is real, and everyone is facing the consequences at a different degree, but the impact is real. And in that cases, then the issue then can be is making the agriculture sector even more wise when there are these extreme changes in weather. And just recently, you can imagine that a farmer who has used this 60,000 to invest in the farm, and then he invests efforts and time from cultivation, weeding, when it comes to harvest, zero output. And mind you, for those who are living in the urban area, they also suffer the consequences, because what will happen, household, your parents is in the village, he hasn't harvested, then you have to set aside some amount of money to send it to him or her so that she can survive. So the impact is really and is really devastating. Again, that and if you add now the issues of these price variations, then even the issues become wealth. So we take note of that. That's the area of further investigation. If you combine the effect of price changes and the climate changes, then what will happen to the household welfare? Finally, about the issues of Oscar, actually the model that I used, that's the typical agricultural model, where you combine consumption, production, and labor market fraction. And in that cases, it is a behavioral approach that accommodates both. So in that cases, that the households that became the unit of analysis, then it's the long process. If I start explaining how I go about through the data, I will not finish. About the, I thank you, Katera, for the observation. Actually, that's the debate, and anyone who has a muscle actually can go around that, looking at the trickle-down effects between export banning and imports. And again, mind you, we have signed the agreement between African Continental Free Trades, where we are expecting to reduce a lot of non-trade barriers. Now that's become another issues that can be investigated. Otherwise, thank you very much for the observation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to follow the rule what you have already mentioned. First of all, I acknowledge to all commenters, for those who have commented on my work, and also I treasure all those who have challenged me on the part of the methodological parts, etc. However, maybe I would like to mention two issues to respond to the questions. Like on the methodological part, someone mentioned the issue of how did I handle the price variations in that one. Yeah, going to the PPML and the other literature, actually they handled the price variation by introducing the fixed effect, where you fix the firm and the product together. That's why you handle the price aspect on that one. But again, on the transaction cost, going to the theories of A&E as well as the Ackerman and Roach and Watson, they introduced the intermediation technology actually to handle these issues of transaction cost, because the aim is just to assist for those who are least productive so that they can access the foreign markets. That's why they introduced this aspect. So therefore, there is no case on that aspect. Now, combining the climate and the trade annex, climate and the trade nexus, it's a very interesting aspect of which actually now the world is actually advocating to go for environmental friendly trade. So of which we have no escape on that. It's a mandatory. Now going back to the point of Mr. Charles, actually I'm very much impressed with your comment, because that was our initial conception with my supervisor. I think Dr. Ayaro is around. So our initial conception was on the issues of value addition, was what you have said on the process and the non-process, but the challenge was on the data set, of which I think maybe I forgot to mention on it, but I'm going to put on the further research areas. It's very interesting, and I think Dr. Katela is around here. Maybe he can extend some funds to go for further studies on that one. Otherwise, thank you very much for that.
I would like to appreciate for your comments and questions. As it has been said, climate change is real. And should it happen that digital transformation of the whole system is made possible and practical, itself is safe from carbon emission. But also, it leads to improvement of an income to the very person who is targeted, the farmer. In addition, digital transformation, if made possible, might make it possible to see where can or what can be made to improve the competence, especially governance and economic competence of these cooperatives. Is spread everywhere in this country. Has been old as civilization it is, but they are relatively weak compared to other civil society. Every farmer is touched. If it happens that they get successful, programs, strategy, policies are likely to be successful, because those are the finishing lines. The institutional arrangement, their governance is necessary should intervention for it be possible. To highlight some questions that has been asked, I would like to start with the extent to which these organizations are possible to adjust to climate smart. I have said they are well positioned, very well suited. Their challenge is their governance and economic competence. The second one is from Dr. Masimba. It is possible, and it's my dream, that one day all the system could be digitalized. But I focused on the warehouse system because it has the direct contact, the direct touch to the farmers. Primary societies own the warehouses, but do not meet the standards of the regulating board, warehouse licensing board. Unions does, but they do not manage. The law says the one who operates the warehouse system should not be the owner. Dr. Katera, on the situation that I didn't manage to secure permission to collect data in Mwanza. The situation in Tabora and Mwanza is relatively the same. So I reflected the data and the reflection from Tabora to reflect the situation in Mwanza. So it couldn't affect much my conclusion and results. I think I've responded to most of the questions, and again, I really appreciate for your questions and contributions. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for your conclusions, my researchers, and thank you, participants, for the constructive comments you have provided for the work they've been conducting with regard to green transformation for food security, but to contribute to the main theme of this conference. Your contributions, I think, will improve the linkages between their research and climate change, particularly with the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions, because we know agriculture is one of the sectors which contribute to greenhouse gas emission in our country. But also participants have contributed on the practical considerations, particularly the best practices you need to, in your future research, talk about how this is going to be replicated, and how can the information we have gathered be taken for implementation. There were issues on methodology and also issues on findings and recommendation, but also some participants contributed on further research. Now, with these few remarks, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the panelists and also the participants, media, and everybody in the room for attending this session and contributing. And I would like to say this is the end of our session, because today is a closing day. We don't have much time. And according to the timetable, I think we are going for coffee. So thank you very much. Thank you.
agriculture and the blue economy and the livestock dominates internal and external trade across this region. For sure, for sustainable development, we need some responses or measures to be taken across this particular dimension in order to have sustainable development of that particular aspect. With regard to particularly this session, the objective or whatever, what we intend exactly to achieve is on how the presenters will lead us to know how can pursuit to a green economy create a dynamic, competitive employment opportunities capable of attracting and consolidating capital flows. Secondly, how can a green economy innovate and adapt to existing national level policies for enhancing employment creation and sustainability? And third, we expect how, from the presenters or from the presentations, how can a green economy tackle pervasive informalities in the labor market for inclusive development and distribution of rents? We have three presenters here. Let me invite them so that they could, and they'll be given 10 to 15 minutes each. The first one is Dr. Lucy Sandy, is an independent researcher. Please welcome. The second one is Brigadier General Saif Khamis. That's the head of Mzinga Corporation. Please join us. Welcome. The last one is Stella Ngoma Hassan, from the State University of Zanzibar. Please join us also in front. So each presenter will be given 10 to 15 minutes to present on this particular aspect so that we see really how or what interventions could help us in terms of job or in terms of creating a makeable environment for sustainable development. Who is going to start it? Dr. Sandy? Karibu sana.
Good morning, good afternoon. Good morning. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to talk about how climate smart agriculture can contribute to decent green jobs. We've been hearing in different presentations about decent rural jobs, and this is a concept which is well rooted in decent employment. And when we talk of decent rural employment or rural jobs, this is the type of work in agriculture sector or in any rural sector that it provides a living income and also reasonable working conditions. And green jobs are those which will increase productivity and production, but also they are the jobs that will enhance climate change resilience and also reduce or limit greenhouse gas emissions. And in terms of agriculture green jobs, it is believed that when we adopt to green economy, about 60%, 60 million jobs will be created. And these are decent jobs. And there are activities in climate smart agriculture which when undertaken will ensure increased productivity but also incomes and also the conditions of working. We all know that agriculture is one of the risky sectors. It is very hazardous in terms of agriculture production, marketing, etc. So for agriculture to be climate smart, there are a number of activities which are done apart from the general agricultural practices. I'll mention some of these, and you can see how by undertaking this people in the rural areas will get jobs, but also I'll talk about the gender considerations in terms of green jobs. So for climate smart agriculture technologies and practices, we have jobs in the areas of climate information sourcing and scenario planning. These are more technical opportunities for green jobs or green employment, and we have experts who may be employed in these jobs, but we have jobs which are directly related with the climate change or climate smart agriculture practices and technologies. To start with, we'll talk about the jobs in crop production, and this will involve activities or jobs in variety selection and planting materials. You can see that this is a very ordinary job, but because of climate smart agriculture, it will be done in precision and it will be rewarded because the productivity will increase and also production will increase. Other jobs will be site selection. Here we'll look at the soil type, the slope of the land, but also we'll talk about water availability and water source efficiency, etc. We have also areas where people can be employed. This is land preparation, and we know that most of the Tanzanians, like in many developing countries, are using the hand hoe. So many people will be employed in land preparation, either if it is manual or mechanized, and it will depend on different types of activities that will be undertaken. Then we have soil management. In soil management, here we'll talk about issues of rotation, intercropping, soil erosion, etc. But then we have nursery practices for crops that need to be transplanted, and because we are talking of climate smart agriculture, people will not just plant these seeds. They'll have to plant them by following the good agricultural practices and technologies that will ensure the soil is conserved, there is enough water for these crops to grow. And then we go to field planting or planting out. Here we talk about the right spacing, we talk about the time of planting, and this will depend on the respective agriculture ecological zone. So you find many people will be employed in ensuring that they've planted using the right spacing, they've also planted at the right time and using the right seeds. And in our case, for seeds which are resistant to drought, for example. We go on and find activities like fertilizer application. We all know that the problem for many subsistence farmers is the right application of fertilizers. Here we talk about the amount, we talk about the timing and method of application. So by following these steps, many people again will be employed in doing these practices or technologies. We also have water management. We depend on rainfall, and we think maybe we don't need to work about around water use efficiency. But here, this is an area we need to know now which type of water supplement can be used for our crops, apart from rainfall. Even if we use rainfall, but what time to plant, what time to weed, and what time to harvest. So these all will need people to be precise and follow the climate smart agriculture guidelines and also technologies and practices. We have practices like weed management and crop maintenance. We think these are just very ordinary activities, but they are not. When we talk of climate smart agriculture, you must know which major weeds are in your farm, what are the control options, and what are the crop maintenance practices which will help in weed management and crop maintenance. We have pest management. We know that integrated pest management is one of the practices which is climate smart, but we need to know major pests which attack our crops according to the agroecological zone. Diseases, the same. We need to know about major diseases and what will be the control options. And then we have harvest management and harvesting procedures. And here we talk about the time, the quality of crops, we talk about the standardization, and then we come to post-harvest handling, and here we talk about the whole process of post-harvest, from storage, transport, and processing or marketing. So you can see that these are some of the climate smart practices and technologies, but these are the sources of employment. When we talk of employment in the agriculture sector, we find that men and women access these employments differently. Because of the reproduction and the reproductive roles women have, most of the time you find they cannot access permanent jobs. They usually have temporary or part-time jobs, which are either seasonal specific or time specific, so that they can also attend to other issues. So when we talk of decent jobs, there are other things which should be taken into consideration, and this is the gender equity. We need to make sure that when advocating for decent jobs, we have to also take account the social part of the job, and this is including women and children. ILO has done a research on child labor, and they say about 60% of the rural labor in agriculture is done by children. So you can see that there is that vicious cycle of poverty which goes around with children, but these are the future adults. So decent job is an important agenda, and in a meeting like this, I think it's important we don't just look on the other dynamics of agriculture production, marketing, but we also have to consider the decent jobs. Mr. Tamayamali, I think I'll end up here and allow participants to have their comments. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Sandy. I think we have all three presentations and the discussion together, okay? Is that agreed? Okay. Yeah, who is next? General, Brigadier General.
Thank you, the chairman. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, is Brigadier General Saif Amis, the General Manager for Mzinga Corporation. I know most of you will be wondering why Mzinga Corporation here. Mzinga Corporation is a defense industry and the Ministry of Defense and the National Service, charged primarily with the production of defense products and the services. But as well, Mzinga Corporation also is charged with carrying out researches on military products as well as civilian products. Why am I here in this workshop? A military person. Yeah, being safe, we also have got a secondary role, which we are performing as Mzinga Corporation through our research activities. Apart from defense production, we are also doing researches on how we are going to assist the community, especially on engineering products and services. What we are doing, because I'm going to give a practical point of view so that you can see what Mzinga is doing in this green growth. We are designer and the producers of various food processing machineries. And those machineries we are distributing to small and medium entrepreneurs in a very convenient manner that can be managed by many of the low-income earners. What we are doing actually is to assist them to acquire those machineries in a way that even the one who cannot pay at the downstream, he can be able to get the machine and pay in installments. Usually we start at least a down payment of 10%. Then the rest he will be paying, or they will be paying according to how they manage their business. And what we do, we attach some of our experts to assist them. Another area we also do in the construction services, we manufacture some machineries that assist in the construction services. Those small income earners, they can utilize the machines, and through our Mzinga Holding Company Limited, is a construction class 1 construction company. We attach them to a company, then we assist them first of all to gain experience. Then from there, they also venture from small, they become medium entrepreneurs. Another area they also venture is we do capacity building. We do capacity building. Usually before they start, we train them. We have a vocational training center at our corporation where we train them. Some of them that we train them free. Most of them we train them free, and some we train them at just a low rate. The issue is to give them skills that will be able to make them run their small businesses. Another area that we also venture in to assist the small and the medium entrepreneurs, especially the small one, we have created a program with we call Jeshi la Akiba. You know, we are scattered in districts and regions. So what do we do? Because sometimes this has been the problem now with the banks. The banks will not give you money unless they are sure that they are going to get back their money. But what we are doing now as Mzinga, through our representatives in districts, we just create an assurance, a local assurance in their area. Then we use them to supervise the activities that are going there on that side. Then what they are getting from the activities, then we get the return back slowly, depending on sometimes we give them 3 years packages. So with that program, that slowly they return back what we give to them. In doing that way, we assure them the possibility of moving from a small holder to a medium holder. And in doing that way, we have actually managed to scatter our program. Currently, we have a program, such a program in Ruvuma, in Njombe, and also doing it at Morogoro, because we are based in Morogoro, it becomes easy. So by doing that, at least we are creating jobs, because we find that once they are growing from small holders to medium level, they also create jobs. They employ others. So in that way, the chain is growing. So that's what we are doing at Mzinga. Again, on the environmental aspect, we have got an environmental unit. Remember those days when Morogoro, Uluguru Mountains were using to trickle a lot of water downstream, but nowadays due to climatic changes, it has become a problem. Water is no longer flowing as we used it to see, so we have created an environmental unit to try to make sure that our area in Mzinga remains green. And by doing that, the trickle effect will go around the whole of Morogoro and the other areas. We are doing that by physically planting trees. We have a program for planting trees and also creating capacity awareness. On the 8th of November, just next week, there is going to be a regional meeting to do with the environment in my area. I have a place called Magadu, where I have got some conference facilities. That's where we are going to do a meeting, just to try to ensure that our environment keeps on becoming green. Chair, let me end there. Thank you for your attentive listening.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Brigadier General Saif Hamis. And now the last presenter is Dr. Estella Ngoma Hassan. She's coming from State University of Zanzibar. We expect her probably from academia to give us the practical examples or whatever, being a research institution, sort of that, on her presentation. Please, Karibu, and they have gone.
Good morning. Or is it good afternoon already? Morning. My name's Estella Ngoma Hassan, and I'm a lecturer at the State University of Zanzibar. What I'm here to talk about today is the climate smart agriculture, especially I will talk in the case of Zanzibar. Recently we did a research on the economic productivity of the what you call them, productive units of the government of Zanzibar, and we actually looked into the possibility of agriculture being the mainstream of bringing food into our little island. So on the other hand, we looked at the issue that from the previous census that we had about 56% of the population are youths. So probably that trend has not changed in the census that was released just a few days ago. It's probably the same. Maybe we'll have 56 to 60% of the whole population are the youths. Now, how do we put these youths to their fullest use? Because we need productive youth. Not just youth in numbers, but we need productive youth. And then when we're talking of smart agriculture, we are thinking of, first of all, we need access to clean, these farmers need access to clean, reliable energy so that they can be able to go into agribusiness in the new way. I mean, in a way that is helpful to them as families and helpful to the country at large. So when I looked at these three, we looked at only two sister departments, that is the prisons and the JKU, Jeshi ya Kujenga Uchumi Zanzibar. So when we looked at them, we noticed that actually they have an abundance of labor. There is an abundance of labor in these departments, and then they also have an abundance of land. So they have the natural resources. Then what is the way forward? The way forward is to use them effectively to the maximum. But we noticed that for them to wait for rain and have rain-fed rice, rain-fed crops, rain-fed this, rain-fed that, that is not going to help them in a very effective way. We thought that for them to increase their productivity, they will need to go into irrigation. They just don't need to do farming at a certain in a certain part of the year, let's say November, December, January. No, they need to do it clockwise, because from the statistics that we have, we actually see that almost 80% of the world is fed by farmers. So that is a very big number, actually, when we look at it. Where did I put that? Okay. The information is there that about 80% of the world's food is produced by family farming, according to the United Nations. So climate change, the effect on agriculture could have repercussions that reach far beyond individual farmers. And unless humans take significant steps to reverse this course and cut down on these greenhouse gas emissions, the situation may continue to intensify. We as Africans, we do not have these greenhouses to intensify this, but the effect is felt all over. Because this is not felt only by the countries that use most of these greenhouse emissions, like the Chinese, the Japanese, the British, the what. No, but that is felt on all of us. So unless we take a reverse step, this cause is actually, the emissions situation may continue to intensify. But the farmers face grave problems in their work. First of all, we have extreme weather. Climate conditions have completely changed. I remember when I was a child, we would always say that by October, it should be raining. But now it is completely changed. It is something else, completely out of what we used to. So we could be November, December, maybe November, that's when we'd have the peak of rainfall. And when we do have the rain, then sometimes it's floods. We have heavy rain, which is not going to help us in any way. So the farmers actually do face that condition of extreme weather. And next, they have the pests and diseases. If they do not have assistance, these workers that go around on their bikes to help them around, to help them deal with the pests and diseases, then this also could worsen their situation. And then, on the other hand, we have hotter temperatures on a long term. Usually in Zanzibar by December, it's terribly hot. So, I don't know, we're still waiting for that, but climate change is going to it's going to show us what other issues are going to come with that. But then on the other hand, we're thinking of value addition processes. Okay, we produce the goods, so what? Let's value add to those products. Instead of them being sold out raw, and then somebody adds a value to that product, and then it's brought back to us and sold, let's add that on our own. We can do that if we go with climate smart agriculture. We replace these expensive diesel generators with new cleaner technologies like solar food dryers, solar water irrigation. Those could replace all those things that actually degenerate the environment. Yesterday we heard from the representative from CRDB who actually talked of green climate funding, which they got from IFC. Those are big funds that they got from there. And those funds only encourage green climate activities. If you are doing something that goes against the climate, then they will not give you that debt. So at least this is an encouragement for the farmers. They can take it up. At least the conditions could be tolerable for them to start using these solar food dryers, solar water irrigation, and they could even reduce on the post-harvest losses that they have. Because usually when we go to see these farmers in the departments that we were working with in the past 2 years, you'd find that there's a lot of post-harvest loss. If they had things like solar food dryers, I am sure those foods would not go to waste at that extent. but that all goes with climate smart agriculture. So we need to develop our market sustainable cost-effective solutions for agricultural production, and this post-harvest storage processing, including solar pumping, cooling, chilling, and drying. So these technologies will result in saved costs and increased yields. So it's not too late to reverse the costs. We can still do it. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Stella Ngoma Hassan, for your presentation. Yes, let me repeat the theme. Our theme heading is read like this one: leveraging jobs, informality, and natural resources for competitive growth, green growth. So we expected, as I told you, that from our presenters could go and address these issues. Now we have heard Dr. Sandy with the smart agriculture with the consideration of gender. We have heard the Brigadier General of Muzinga, apart from being a military, but they are also doing the research activities and producing some machinery like SIDO and whatever. And then we've established the unity of environment unit at their organization, and they do something to assist the communities. And Dr. Estella also presented some issues like same like the smart agriculture and whatever. So after hearing all these presentations, the floor is ours. Let's have some discussion or question or whatever, a reflection from the floor. Please raise up your hand. Okay, start. So if you address the presenter number one, you say this for presenter number one, or this for all presenters.
Hello, my name is Yahya Hatib Haji from the Ministry of Trade and Industry, Zanzibar. First of all, I would like to thank the organizer, chair, and the all speaker for well and articulate presentation today. My question, I'm not actual questioning such, rather than comment to direct to the Brigadier General Sef Hamis. What I have heard from him and what opportunity I have available in the real world, I see we still undermine ourselves. If we are going to the military, we have a discipline already. We are very good in transport and logistics. We have infrastructure, but still we use those venture into small scale. What I believe, through 4 I's from transport and logistics, which is investment, integrate, interchangeable, and information. For the military side, you have a lot of information, and we know information is power. You could use, but we left the curio as a private. They doing business, while the military you have infrastructure, you have a discipline which cover area of ethics, security, and privacy. You can use it as opportunity to transform. Why I said this? Because cost per ton per capita in transformation from the farmer is huge, and yet in the traffic we set 50 kilometers per hour. You travel the goods with 50 kilometers per hour in Tanzania mainland, and the car itself capacity is international standard 8 kilometers per hour. We want our agriculture and the product to be competitive, but the cost of production is very high in the movement of goods and service. So if we use our military force, as Brigadier Hamid say, with their potential, I think we can accelerate the growth of agriculture in the region. Thank you very much.
Yes, we underutilize you, Muzinga, you know. You have got potential, more potential. Please, that way. Go on.
Thank you so much. This is Dr. Mwasimba from Zumbe. Yeah, Thank you so much for the presentations from all of you. It has been so much good. The question goes to presenter number 1. Since yesterday, or in the current world, the buzzing term of green environment, climate change, and so on and so forth are so much high. We have seen in the morning that there is digitalization of warehouses, renewable energy, climate change, etc., etc. Now the area is seen to be so much fragmented, especially in our country. Everyone is trying to talk on climate change and the greening of whatever in different perspectives. It looks like we don't have a single dashboard which is connecting all of the efforts and the greenings which we are trying to talk about. Now, do we have, or are we thinking of having any kind of mechanism which can make all these work together so that at the end of the day we'll have a single click, and this single click will work all over the greening activities from the water perspective, environment perspective, agricultural perspective, procurement perspective, warehouses, and so on and so forth. Thank you so much.
Yes, next here.
Thank you. I wish to congratulate the moderator and the presenters for a very good job that they have made in their presentation. My question goes to...
your name, please, your name.
My name is Dr. Sarah Ostima from Tanzania Meteorological Authority. My question goes to presenter from Mzinga Corporation. You mentioned that you are doing a lot of production, machinery production. I know some of these machines need raw materials. Do you get all the materials from within the country, or you have to order them from out of the country? And again, you also mentioned about the education you provide. You have education for, free, and somehow you cost. Yeah. So, what are the criteria, and what are the challenges that you are facing in your in Mzinga Corporation? Thank you.
You may ask also, you would like to know whether they order from outside or locally.
Yes.
What do you do? What do you want to know?
Yes.
If they order from outside, what your question?
Thank you.
I'm asking you, if they order from outside, what's your question you'd like to know?
Yes, I know. If they order from outside, I know it is expensive. They need to incur cost.
Okay.
Yeah, so I need to hear the challenges.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, yes. Oh, Prof. Kweka.
Thank you so much, Chair. Congratulations to all speakers. I'm Josephat Kweka from Talanta International, also associated with Repoa. My question goes to the first speaker and the last one. I don't know whether my question is theoretical or empirical, practical, I'm not sure, but I'm asking from the layman's point of view. When we are promoting climate smart agriculture, and at the same time we are pushing hard these farmers to adopt the good agricultural policies, GAP, and are these two concepts aligning, converging, or are they digressing? And perhaps one practical question I had was that tunapowashauri wakulima watumie mbolea, That's a good agricultural policy, but a good agricultural practice, but at the same time, is it climate smart agriculture? Kwamba udongo utachoka na maybe itakuwa expensive ku maintain. Sasa wakati huo tukiwa tuna promote productivity ili wakulima wetu waweze kuchagiza job creation kwa ajili ya vijana na kadhalika. Sasa at the same time tunahitaji kutengeneza mazao ambayo ni organic, ambayo maana yake ni kwamba huwezi kuproduce at mass. Well, there is always tension there, but I wanted to understand whether these two concepts actually are aligned or not. The good agricultural practices vis-a-vis climate smart agriculture.
Yeah, I think let me give chance them to reply, but let me add more to Sandy. Is climate smart agriculture possible or practical? After elaborating all those elements, is it possible and practical? Please send the answer and go on.
Thank you very much for the two questions which were directed to me. The first one wanted to know about if there is any mechanism to coordinate all the green stuff. And with reference to our conference today, I think when we talk of green economy or green transformation, we refer to the sector of agriculture. And this will include the crop subsector, livestock subsector, and also the fisheries subsector. There are mechanisms, yes, but maybe I can say a little bit on how or what is the landscape of this green stuff. The green stuff which is related to climate change is coordinated under the Vice President's office in both Tanzania mainland and Zanzibar. For Tanzania mainland, it is the Vice President's office, and Tanzania Zanzibar, it is the first Vice President office. And here they've got the National Climate Change Response Strategies. For Tanzania Zanzibar, I think it is the 2015 strategy, and Tanzania mainland is the newly developed of 2021. Now in these strategies, all sectors have been addressed, and mechanisms have been forth on what is expected to be done, who are the actors, what are the actions, what are the indicators, etc. And Tanzania mainland, and I think Tanzania Zanzibar also participated. The Vice President office has developed a master plan. This master plan has identified about, I'm not sure about, maybe if somebody is from VPO, they can also support, but it has identified areas of intervention. How these are going, what is the problem, what are the interventions, how these interventions will be coordinated and reported. But they also talk about the measurements, monitoring and verification of the actions. That is in terms of the mechanism. He said about the dashboard, I think, where can we go and see what is happening where? So we have a mechanism. The efficiency of this mechanism, this is something which need to be built up, because as we all know that climate change is a relatively new phenomena, and that include even the institutional arrangement, capacities and other things. So we are going there by starting, by putting the policies and including all actors to act as one, so that we can have a one-stop center or one dashboard or whatever, where we can see this is our problem in terms of climate change or green transformation or green economy, and these are the areas where we've prioritized to work as a country. That is on the side of the first question. We have also policies in place. For Tanzania mainland, we have the National Environmental Policy, which was launched this year. This is a 2021 policy, but also currently the Vice President Office, they will talk about that themselves, is reviewing the Environmental Management Act, which gives mandate to the minister to deal with the climate change matters. So the policy landscape is there. The institutional arrangement is there. But the actual coordination and implementation, this is something all actors are supposed to contribute, and making sure that we can know the direction and go the right way. Yes, the second question was the promotion of CSA, and Professor wanted to know if the good agricultural practices and climate smart agriculture are either aligned, converging, or diverging. Maybe I think it's good to know that when you talk of climate smart agriculture, you must understand the background of climate change priority for a country. For a country like Tanzania, our priority is adaptation. When we talk of adaptation, we allow ourselves to make sure that we have food security, we have enough employment for our farmers, whether part-time or full-time, etc. We don't talk much about the mitigation part, because that is not our priority. Why it is not our priority? Because, first of all, as a country, we are emitting very, very little. That's the first thing. So we have focused on adaptation so that our people can get enough food, they can have resilience, they can adapt to the impacts of climate change, because they have no choice. Because we didn't contribute to climate change that much, but we are also suffering the consequences. So the priority is resilience for us. And when we talk of climate smart agriculture, we look at 3 pillars. The first one is the increase in productivity and production, and hence the income, but also you look at the adaptation to climate change and reduction or limitation of greenhouse gas emissions. So CSA and good agricultural practices complement each other. And when you talk of practices, it's when you use the normal agriculture, good agricultural practices in such a way that they can increase resilience, reduce emission, and also increase productivity. So that is CSA. And that's why we are talking a lot about agriculture. We all know also that this year we are having the Conference of Parties in Egypt, and agriculture is one of the agendas which is going to discuss. And the position of Tanzania and the other African countries and developing countries is that they leave us to continue doing agriculture. But we are not doing haphazardly. We also take account of the emissions, but not in place of productivity. Because otherwise, if we put priority on mitigation, then we'll be required as a country to put our mitigation ambition on reducing emission from agriculture. And most of our people depend on subsistence agriculture. So if we go that route, I think we'll miss the point. Yeah, thank you. It is practical, it is doable, and is currently being done.
Yeah, congratulations for that. Brigadier, now it's your turn.
Thank you, Chair, for this opportunity. There were 2 questions. The one from my brother there about the underutilization of the institution. You know, those institutions they were formed with specific purposes. They have got their core functions. Then after their core functions, then they have got their secondary roles. So unless you fulfill their core functions, I think it is not advisable to go to the secondary role while you have not met your core functions. Mzinga Corporation also has got the core functions, I will not want to dwell much in it. Those who are in Morogoro, maybe they know. But what I have been narrated here are just the secondary role. But I'll just take your challenge. You know, tomorrow we are meeting researchers from the Ministry of Defense at our National Defense College. You know, those are good challenges that we should try to look at. Underutilization, you balance the core functions and the secondary role. How do you balance? But as you said, we are going to look at it from the Ministry of Defense perspective. My sister from the metallurgist about the raw material. For the primary role, some material we procure from outside for our core functions. But for what I have been narrating here, all the raw materials are just sourced from within Tanzania. We are not getting raw material from outside. All raw materials for machineries are available locally. Education, the criteria. You know, we have got some families that are challenged, economically challenged, and those are all over, we know, less privileged. So what we are doing, you know, the center was established to train the military as well as the civilians that are just surrounding our vicinity. So what we are doing, because we know them, their families are known. Those that are less privileged, we just give them opportunity to get a free education. Those who can pay, they pay. So the criteria, because the assessment is done, it's easy to know that this family is less privileged, we need to assist them. So we give them free education. Challenges, this is there. You know, at times, you find that for example, when you are trying to build a skill, at times, some families, we call mila na tamaduni. Sometimes they undermine what we are trying to give them. So we will find that at a particular stage, just a student will just vanish. So we find our aim is not met because you start with a good number, and at times some of them they just disappear. But on the other hand, we are going to have one awareness campaign at the end of this month, where we are going to have a graduation of our students. We have arranged some packages, motivation packages. We have grouped them, and through our stakeholders, we involved the CRDB, and I know CRDB is one of the most wonderful stakeholders. We have some discussions, and we are going to partner in assisting those students who are completing their studies, at least to live with some tools that they are going to use in establishing their small businesses. And those businesses will be partnered again to Mzinga Holding Company Limited, especially those who are dealing with construction services, the plumbers, the masonry. We are going to assist with the tools, and we partner them to our Mzinga Holding Company Limited. Thank you for the part.
Yeah, I think, okay, very nice. And if you are that much good to your neighbors, then it's something encouraging, because there is a tendency of being fearing the military people around you. So if you're good for your neighbors, okay. Our last presenter, when you are considering giving the response, also consider to respond to this question. We experience the agriculture activities being done by older people, and you were talking of the young people here. What incentives could be in place so that you attract young people in Zanzibar or in Tanzania or whatever to attract being engaged in fully or effectively in agriculture? Thank you.
Thank you for that very interesting question. You know, young people are not interested in agriculture for one reason. They see it as a slow-paying job. They want to get rich fast. And then you put them in agriculture. They wait for their crops to mature in a year. They only harvest once in a year, and they take them to sell. That is when they are rich, once in a year. Young people want to be rich every day. So that is why young people are not involving themselves in agriculture. They are running away from it. It's not sustainable. It's not sustainable for them. But if we were to involve ourselves in such a way that we sort of like promote them, because using the whole plow, that is kizamani. Sasa hivi vijana wanataka kutumia yale mambo ya kisasa ili walime kisasa, wazalishe kisasa. Sio wasubiri mvua tu, inyeshe mvua ndio walime, kama wazazi wetu walivyokuwa wanalima. Anasubiri mvua ndio walime. Vijana wanataka kila siku wawe active. Lakini sasa kama hatujawa encourage, hatujawa empower kufanya hicho kitu, wote watakimbia. Sasa na question ya Mr. Joseph Kweka, ya kwanza alijibu, my fellow panelists answered part of it. The other part is that Mr. Kweka said mbolea inaharibu ardhi. It's true, inaharibu ardhi, lakini you can use an alternative. Kuna what we call crop rotation. Instead of kutumia hizo mbolea ukazidi kuumiza ile ardhi ikazidi kuumia, we can use crop rotation. Usually you use crop rotation using legumes ambazo zinarejesha ile nitrogen. Sijui huko sio field yangu, but all I know is that you can use crop rotation to do that. Asante sana.
Kuna round nyingine ya maswali? Oh, okay. Please. Alafu ustadhi kule bana. Yes, go on. What is the mic? Oh, okay. I thought, okay, bas endelea bas manake ilikuwa huko. Alafu utampelekea mzee pale, alafu utakwenda kule.
My name is Viknes Mayao, the registrar of NGOs in the mainland Tanzania. And since I'm taking floor for the first time, I would like to congratulate all the panelists up there. But my question goes to my sister, a third presenter. Taking advantage of your academic experience, just a follow-up question, since you responded some, but how are you, as academician, how are you preparing the students to take up, since you said they are not interested? Yes, that was part of what I wanted to ask, but as academician, how are you getting it to prepare them to take hold or to get interest in the field, because we think they are the ones that are supposed to be very active in the green growth. Thank you.
Yeah, this man.
Thank you. My name is Anthony from Nairobi, Kenya. Mine is not a question, rather it's a comment. And I want to start off with the remarks that was made by the first presenter on rainfall, climate change, and I want to challenge all of us in the room. One time I attended one talk and there was a philosopher who said, agriculture does not need rainfall, agriculture needs water. Agriculture does not need rainfall. Agriculture needs water. And if you want to learn that, go to Israel. I wonder what Israelis are saying about climate change, because they're in the desert. Yes. But they're the most productive people on earth. You need water. And I think we need to shift our mindset. Climate change, rainfall, we need is water. Now, policymakers, governments, how do we get water into the agriculture? Should be part of the conversation. Number two, I want to respond to the last, my sister from Susa. Number one, my organization is currently doing research on young people, and I want to demystify what she said. And old people in the room, please pardon me. The problem with Africans, and I'm going to say this because it's a hard conversation, but we need to have platforms like this to say, old people think young people are lazy. Old people think young people are labeled left. Our research that we are doing in 7 countries, Kenya, Rwanda, Uganda, Senegal, Nigeria, Ghana, and Ethiopia, shows to the contrary. And the idea is, if we don't listen to young people, perhaps your hypothesis is true, they are lazy, they want to get rich quick, but you don't know that until you talk to them. You'll be shocked. I've been talking to youth in Nigeria, in Ghana, in Senegal. They have different perspectives to life. And this project we are doing with MasterCard Foundation is precisely to bring youth voices in policy making. That is missing. It is untrue to say youth are not interested in agriculture. They do. We did a study in Kenya on 2 value chains, potato and mango. Those who were involved are young people. They are very keen, but they face challenges and bottlenecks. How do they get supported? And agriculture is an area that we can unlock the puzzle that we have in the continent of youth unemployment. But it's not that they don't want. We have never spent time to go down and talk to them. We always make decisions for them, which is wrong. 1.4 billion people in this continent, 70% are young people. Below 30, 65% young people below 25. 40% are young people who are unemployed. Right now, if you're a politician, you want to get into presidency, you can't become a president without young people voting for you. It's the truth. Young youth population is actually now a cross-cutting issue the way we have made gender and climate is. There's no things that are done in our countries without young people. And I implore policymakers, researchers in this room, we need to reach out to young people, not decide for them, give them space. Where is the Minister of Youth in Tanzania? Is he a young person? To begin with. By definition, if you are creating a Minister of Youth, you should give a young person to lead. Where are the young people in the boardrooms? Boardrooms are all full of gray-haired men and women. I'm sorry, it's a fact. We want to change, we need to bring young people in the policy making. And finally, just for the panelists and people in the room, there's a project that United Nations, World Bank, and African Union are currently doing. It's called ACME, African Climate-Led Initiative, Migration Initiative. They have done a study to look at 4 cities, Beira, Alexandria in South Africa, Lagos, and Maputo. Very interesting on climate change issues. I would encourage panelists to have a look at that report. It has been released. Very important. Why? Because it sheds some insights on how other countries are navigating these issues we are talking about. So we are not far off from where the world is, because we are not unique in our own selves. To some extent, we reflect what others are also doing. Thank you.
Thank you for encouragement. Kule yule babu kule mwenye kofia kule mwisho kasa. Kule mwisho. How many young people do we have here, please? Can you stand? All of us are older like me. In this room, by definition, young people, how much the age, how long? 35. Oh. Karibu Mzee.
Mwenyekiti, naona na hizi kamera zimekuwa nyingi hata
asante sana.
Kwa hiyo sasa sijui zijipange vizuri ama vipi?
Hakuna shida, endelea kwa lugha yote unayotaka.
Haya.
kuna
Mimi kwa kweli
moderator atanani pale atatafsiri.
Nitaongea Kiswahili. Na issue sana na haswa hii theme yetu ya leo, competitive green growth. Sasa sijui kwa nini tumechukua green. Kuna rangi nyingi in the spectrum. Sasa lakini tumechoose green. Lakini haswa tunachokiongelea haswa kinachotusukuma ni hii climate change. Inatuathiri. Sio green bali climate change yenyewe. Ila mimi ushauri wangu ni kutumia common sense. Mimi sio msomi. Lakini at least naweza nikaona opportunities wakati mwingine. Tunaweza tukatumia common sense tu na tukaweza kupambana na haya matatizo ya climate change. Ila jaribu kujengea pale tulipo. Start where you are and build on what you have. Zanzibar, jina lake lenyewe, you can start with it. It's so romantic. Inafahamika dunia nzima.
That's so romantic. Go on.
Tourism hapa sijaisikia kabisa. Tunaongelea tu technology huko, vitu vya kuimport, vya kudaka, vya kuiba, lakini tunavyo vya kwetu hapa. Nimekaa hapa next to msomi hapa. Ana study lugha ya Kiswahili ambayo ni utajiri. Tumepewa utajiri duniani, yani wametupa wasema Kiswahili kiwe lugha ya kimataifa. Sasa sisi tunaongelea climate change. Kiswahili kinachimbuka hapa. Hakina carbon, hakina sijui nini, hakina chochote.
Sawa.
Why don't we build on that?
Yes.
Sasa hivi hapo ukisikia Korea sijui India kuna Bollywood, sijui Nigeria, sijui kuna Nollywood, sijui Marekani. Zanzibar kwa theater zetu zote zimefungwa. Hazipo tena. Na tunaweza tukaondoka hapa leo. Kesho tukaenda sijui kule bandarini kule. Kuna kina mama pale zamani nilipita hapa Zanzibar. Kuna kina mama walikuwa wanapika chakula kule. You'll never find anywhere. Sasa sijui how we can build on that. Kesho kutwa tu, next week tunaweza kuanzisha tuka create jobs, raise incomes. Kwa viko vitu yani very close to us. Hapa chini hapo yetu hatuvioni. Na ndio hivyo tunahangaika huko mbali zaidi. Nilikuwa hapa Zanzibar miaka ya 90 huko. Kampuni yangu ilihusika kuleta seaweed farming from Philippines. Wale waliohusika kule wala sio wasomi. Technology ilikuwa ni moja tu na ikaweza kusambaa very fast. Hata mimi mwenyewe nilikuja kushangaa. Kwa viko vitu yani vilivyo karibu na sisi sana. Hiyo mnaongelea ku add value. Kwenye seaweed unaweza ku add value, utashangaa. Kwenye kila product tunazozitumia, kuanzia mavazi, kuanzia chakula, kuanzia dawa, kuanzia vitu vingi, vipodozi na kadhalika. Kwa hiyo tusiende mbali sana, tuanze hapa tu exhaust kama alivyosema mama. Tu exhaust hivi vitu tulivyonavyo. Tuna utamaduni mzuri, very rich. Kwa hiyo ninapoona mimi ushauri wangu ni kwamba tuanze hapa nyumbani. Tujengee hapa kwa chakula hiki cha ndizi, cha mhogo, mashelisheli na kadhalika. Basi kesho tu hapa tuta create jobs very fast. Kilimo ni yako mazao ambayo hata kupaliliwa tu sio lazima. Miti ya mishelisheli ipo kibao, lakini sasa hivi hapa inaachiwa tu. Watu hawa innovate kwenye kile chakula chenyewe. Wakati nilipata bahati nikaenda Sri Lanka huko. Huu utalii huu. Yaani kila mtu ni sehemu ya uzalishaji wa utalii kule. Kila mtu. Weekend watu wote wanavaa vizuri, wanapendeza, wanaimba nyimbo, wanafanya vitu vingi. Wana entertain watu. Hapo tunaweza yani haitukosti kiasi hicho. Mavazi ya Zanzibar pia. Yaani kuna vitu vingi, mimi nadhani tunakwenda mbali mno. Tunaacha hivi vitu vilivyokuwa navyo. Sasa sijui ni kwa sababu gani. Ni hicho tu.
Basi tunakushukuru sana mzee wetu. Kweli we have to begin what we have Maana ametamka vyakula hapa: urojo, chaza, pweza. Jana kuna mahali tulikwenda kwetu tukakuta pweza, sasa umetuuzia bei ya kitalii bwana. Sasa mzee, ndio tatizo hilo. Kipweza kidogo dogo 10,000 elfu ngapi inakuaje bwana? Si hatuwezi hiyo bei. Babu kule mwenye kofia tafadhali.
Asante. First of all, I really appreciate the effort of chairman and presenters. The presentation was so good, and chairman, you are doing your work well. Secondly, I would like to continue about agriculture from my friend from Nairobi. And here, first of all, my name is Fumu Aligaro from Zanzibar Organic Spice Growers. And here, for the continuation of that, I could say that many crops does not need water, they need moisture. Majority or many crops in this world does not need water, they need moisture. Few crops like rice and other few crops, they need water. So that is more clarification from my friend there. And another thing about my friend from Nairobi also. Another thing about my friend from Nairobi also is that you could be old, but your brain could be young. And you could be young, but your brain could be old. So the president to provide to somebody to be a minister who is elder is not bad, because the president will try to look the brain of that minister concerned. To continue with, I'll go to Brigadier. Brigadier, I would like to know percentage of Zanzibaris who are coming to buy those implements from agricultural implements from your organization, and percentage of students who are joined in your institution for that training. And for two presenters, I would like to know how you will insert the organic agriculture. For example, I mean here I mean a certified agriculture. For example, my organization is selling the certified organic agriculture almost triple or thrice the price which we sell here. And for the case of nutmeg, for example, here in Zanzibar, 1 kg of nutmeg is 23,000 shillings, but we sell 50,000 shillings, double the price. So I would like to hear how, in order to promote that agriculture, how will you enter this segment or component of organic farming, specifically certified organic farming? Thank you very much.
Mzee anasema kuna watu vijana na mawazo ya kizamani, na kuna watu wako wazee akiwa na mawazo ya kijana. Ipo hiyo. You might be old but we young thinking and whatever, and might be young but old minding. Said, is that possible? So age is no longer an issue, but the issue is maturity. How mature you are. You might be old but with the young thinking, but might be young but the old thinking. So that's we discourage them. Okay? Karibu sana. Kuna mwingine? Labda tumalizie. Kaka hapa, mpeba.
Asante sana mwenyekiti. I'll be very brief. Mimi ningependa kudirect observation yangu au swala langu kwa ndugu yangu Stella pale. Amezungumzia habari ya vijana, kwa nini hawataki kulima. Kiasi mimi sitaajabu kuona vijana hawataki kulima. Kwa nini? Kwa sababu ikiwa wazee wanalima mpaka wanazeeka, mpaka wanafika umri wa miaka 70, 75 wengine, lakini hawana insurance, hawana bima, na serikali kwa bahati mbaya haijafanya chochote mpaka leo kuwapa bima wazee hao, kwa sababu tu hawa wazee hawajaajiriwa na serikali, hawajaajiriwa na makampuni, wamejiajiri wenyewe. Lakini wakishafika umri wa kuretire hawana kitu. Leo wafanyakazi wa serikali wana bima, wanapata pension wakishafika, wakizeeka. Wafanyakazi wa makampuni hivyo hivyo wana bima. Sasa mpaka lini wazee wetu hawa serikali haifanyi mpango wote kuhakikisha kwamba hawa watu wanapatiwa bima? Kwa sababu nao wanachokitoa, mazao wanayopata yanalisha nchi hii. Leo sehemu kubwa ya vyakula tunavyokula sisi vinatokana na wakulima hawa wadogo hawa wazee hawa, lakini hawana bima yote. Sasa sijamsikia panelist hata mmoja kuzungumzia hili toka tumeanza hapa jana. Sijamsikia mtu yote anazungumzia umuhimu wa kuwapa hawa wakulima bima, ili watapozeeka, watapokuwa hawawezi tena kulima, hao washughulikiwe. Sasa hili dogo nalo hili, hebu nafikiri mapanelists wetu na researchers wetu katika eneo hili la agriculture uliangalia hilo. Asante sana.
Manake kuna nataka angejibu huyu dada hapa Stella, maana ndio swali lake kubwa. Mengine yalikuwa maoni tu hapa na pale na nini. Hebu Stella jibu kwanza, alafu tutaendelea na nyingine, alafu naangalia muda, maana kuna vitu hapa vinatakiwa tumalize. Ila kaka hapo utapata nafasi. Ngoja au uulize inamhusu huyu kwanza. Mpe yote hapa mzee hapa. Akishauliza Stella atajibu hapa kwa sababu kuna muda.
Asante. Mimi nina maswali kwa brigedia na hawa watu wananipa. Cha kwanza nafikiri ni vema kuangalia what is the current situation in youth involvement in agriculture. If you look at the profile ya member wa youth association in agriculture, yani they are who actually export and make millions. Kwa hiyo ni vema to recognize na kuangalia ni jinsi gani tunaweza tuka upscale. Na kama mmesikia kwa mfano kwa Wizara ya Kilimo ina kitu wanaita Build Better Tomorrow, ambayo ni inclusive strategy ya youth in agribusiness. Tuliondoa jina lile la agriculture kwa sababu it was not that much interest as compared to agribusiness. Professor Brigadier, nilikuwa nina swali kwako in relation to commercialization. In most cases taasisi za serikali ambazo ni innovative was na struggle in the final consumer prices even though they want to be innovative, na inasababishwa zaidi na ile requirement ya kufollow procurement regulations. Client anakuja leo anataka kununua technology kwako, ile process ya PPRA mpaka ukanunua in most of the public institute ina take time. Kwa mfano ukiangalia Center for Technology Development Transfer na university maybe mpaka ifanyike huko juu na nini, kwa hiyo ina delay and price become a little bit higher. I'm not quite sure jeshini ikoje, kama mzee ukitoa amri hapo watu wananunua au la. What is your experience on the final price on that? And the la mwisho kwako ni commercialization fund. What is your experience pale ambapo taasisi kama ya kwako inapewa fedha for commercialization and then still in a struggle to make sure ile commercialization inafanyika? Changamoto hasa inakuwaga nini?
Basi nadhani wajibu hapa, alafu wakati dada unajibu na kamisha unajibu malizia kabisa na kuconclude general, afuata malizia general, alafu kwa sababu tuna activity nyingine inafuata, nadhani tutakuwa tumeitendea haki topic hii. Karibu sana.
Asante. Mwenzangu aliuliza kuhusu what are we doing as academicians kuwatayarisha vijana in order for them to go into agriculture. You know, sio tunawafundisha. We as academicians, we're trying to educate them that, you know, after you graduate from whatever you're doing, don't just sit back and wait for a white-collar job to come your way. You make yourself useful. So we try to encourage them to get into activities that will help them bring up their livelihood in a better way. I don't know if all of us are aware of there was a United Nations meeting, I can't remember where, it was concerning agriculture. Kalisimama katoto kadogo, a very young girl, stood up and said, come on, mnacho haribu kwenye agriculture ni kwamba all the time agriculture mnaonesha mapicha ya wazee, manake this, manake that, manake that. Agriculture is sexy. Muoneshe kwamba kuna vijana ambao wanaweza wakaifanya. You show something good to encourage people to go into agriculture. Kwa hiyo sasa wale vijana, all they need is a push. Kwa sababu ukimwambia kwamba mwenzio analima pale, ana ekari zake 10, kila siku anatengeneza tuseme 2,000,000, basi na yeye atajiuliza, kila siku 2,000,000, that means na mie kwa mwezi nina 60,000,000. Kwa hiyo sasa we need to put that encouragement into them. Kama alivyosema mwenzetu from Nairobi, akasema Israel is a desert, lakini wao hawalii mvua. Sie tumekaa tunalilia rain-fed rice, rain-fed this, rain-fed that. I think tuende kwa wenzetu tukajue what is it that they are doing. Kwa hiyo sasa we should look at the fact that easy organic foods, pia there was somebody that talked about organic foods, zile zina value zaidi to your body. These have got more value than those ones that are actually left, right and center. So that is why organic foods are actually more expensive than any other foods. Tukumbuke kwamba 77% of our population iko involved in agriculture. Of course, alisema mzee wangu pale kwamba mbona hawana bima, na ndio maana vijana they look at it and say, come on, hakuna tija ya mie kuingia kwenye agriculture, after all nitakufa maskini vile vile. Kwa sababu they've grown up to see their parents doing it and there's no improvement in their lives except they just live from hand to mouth. Kazi imekwisha. Kwa hiyo sasa we need to put in some initiatives to encourage people to go into agriculture full sport, ili tupate kupata faida ya vijana kuingia huko instead of kukaa kwenye vijiwe na kuvuta bangi.
Thank you, Chair. I think there are 2 questions. The first one was about my brother asking about anything on the part of Zanzibar from Zinga. Inawezekana ni ngumu kidogo kwa sababu hatukujitangaza huko. Najua Mzinga ni shirika la kijeshi. Kwa hiyo wakati mwingine linajulikana kwa ule upande wa kijeshi, upande mwingine hamna. Kwa hiyo waliotumia hizo privilege they are very few. Kumbuka mwaka jana kuna vyombo vya serikali ya mapinduzi Zanzibar. Kuna ndugu zangu wawili, nadhani mmoja JKU na mwingine sikumbuke, ndio waliohitaji hizo mashine. Lakini nadhani jana tulikutana na ndugu yangu mmoja, sio kama yuko hapa, kutoka SIDO Zanzibar. Tulikutana jana tukabadilishana contact. Tunataka tumeji na SIDO Zanzibar. Nasema imeanzishwa mwaka jana tu, ni karibuni. Tukasema na sisi tutakuwa na mchango huko. Nadhani baada ya hapo ndio tunaweza kuiona Mzinga itakavyoweza kumeji na SIDO Zanzibar kuweza kuleta hizo product. Kwa hiyo haijawa pronounce vizuri, lakini inakuja. Kwa maana ya wanafunzi wangapi wanasoma kule, kwa ambao ni military huwa tunachanganyika, haina shida. Lakini kwa wale ambao sio wanajeshi sasa, kwa sababu tunalenga jamii inayotuzunguka. Sasa Morogoro na Zanzibar mbali. lakini nafasi hiyo ipo wazi. Ni mambo ambayo tuta explore baadaye. Ndugu yangu aliuliza changamoto final consumer pricing na PPRA cumbersome procedures. What we did is to set aside a fund. Kwa hiyo nika project kanajitegemea, hakana hizi bureaucracy za ununuzi. We give them fund, tuko pande au tunasubiri tuone fund yao ina gain, inaleta gain gani, ili kuepuka mlolongo mrefu wa taratibu za manunuzi ambao shirika tungefuata. Kwa hiyo tumewatengea fund yao, wanazalisha wenyewe. Lakini nataka tu kumeki comment kwa ndugu yangu aliyesema maji si tunasubiri mvua, wakati ni maji, na mwingine akasema sio sio nani. Nilifanya research ya maji, fresh water. Ilikuwa research yangu ya National Defense College Egypt, fresh water. Sio kama tunajua sisi Tanzania tunasimama wapi kwa wingi wa fresh water. Sio kama hiyo tunaijua. Duniani sisi ni wa pili kwa wingi wa maji baridi na ni wa kwanza kwa Afrika. That is the fact. Sasa ukiuliza kwa nini, ukatafute, hiyo nimeifanya. Kwa hiyo maji tunayo mengi sana. Nashukuru.
Yani malizia.
Asante. Kama walivyosema wenzangu, issue ya maji ni critical. Maji mengi tunayo yanaenda baharini, lakini participant mmoja alisema let's start with what we have. Tumeitendea haki mvua? That is the question, kwamba with the little rain we have tumefanyia nini? Lingine ambalo nitaka kusema ni la organic farming kwenye spices. Organic farming ni moja ya practice ambayo is purely CSA. Yani ni kilimo kinachohimili mabadiliko ya tabia nchi, kwa sababu kwanza kinaongeza income ya wakulima, lakini hakitumii chemicals, hakitumii fertilizers, hakitumii madawa. Kama ni pure organic, maana yake ni kwamba ina fulfill zile pillars zote tatu za CSA. Na maana yake ni kwamba hizi practice tunazosema hizi ni yale mambo yetu ya kawaida, lakini tunayafanya in a smart way, kwa kuangalia kwamba hatuongezi utoaji wa gesi joto au tunaongeza uhimili wa mabadiliko ya tabia nchi. La mwisho ilikuwa la decent work. Tuliulizwa bima, watu hawana bima kwa sababu kilimo hakichukuliwi kama ni ajira rasmi. Haina mshahara, watu wengi ni vibarua tu na wanafanya wakati wa season. Kwa hiyo hata kupata bima inaweza kuwa ngumu. Lakini la mwisho ambao is my take home message ni kwamba the way forward with climate change is climate smart agriculture. Hatuna ujanja. Ni lazima tukubali kwamba wakulima na wadau wote kwenye value chain yote wanatakiwa wachukue hatua mbalimbali kukabiliana na mabadiliko ya tabia nchi. Repoa anafanya kazi nzuri sana kuhusu hilo swala. Kuna mradi ambao tunashirikiana mkoa wa Kagera na tunatoa mafunzo kwa ajili ya wananchi, mabwana shamba, wanasiasa, vijana kuhusu mabadiliko ya tabia nchi. Na washukuru sana participant na mwenyekiti. Asanteni sana.
Yeah, na mimi nashukuru participants presenters wangu. For the sake of take home and the summary, what I would say probably let's continue to promote climate smart agriculture. This one, and two, let's encourage young people. Let's encourage young people, or young mind, let me say, young people and young minds to by creating enabling environment and interest for them to engage in agriculture. And then let's have a call to all research institutions like SUSA, University of Dar es Salaam, and others, academia, to research more to have research more on that smart agriculture, so that we do that one. And then with the enabling or tapping the potentials of our institutions like Mzinga and whatever, probably let's have more. And please, we have to make sure that your institution has been explored more, so the potential is being used for that. Thank you very much for all, for your listening and for your contribution. Asante sana.
Thank you very much for our panelists and the chairperson for this session, for this panel. Thank you very much. Another round of applause to them. It was really an interactive and a very live session. Right now, without further ado, just a brief reminder. All the documents, the notes and presentations, including pictures, can be accessed using your QR code. So please, if you want to access notes or any document for the workshop and pictures, they're all here. It's just a click on your smartphone. And right now is that awaited moment. And as announced before, today, Repoa and PASGR, the Partnership for African Social and Governance Research, today they will be signing a collaborative agreement. The two partners will be carrying out research together and on public policy and capacity building events. So right now it's my honor to invite the Executive Director of Repoa, Dr. Donald Murray, to the high table. And as well, as we all know, Repoa is the renowned non-profit think tank working on policy-based research and capacity building. And now it's also my honor to invite Dr. Anton Mveyange, the Executive Director of PASGR. PASGR is a non-profit organization working to enhance research in public policy, and currently they are working in 26 African countries. Please, a round of applause to our executive directors. Thank you so much. I hope so today is a honor that we all witness the signing of that collaborative agreement. A round of applause to the new partnership between Repoa and PASGR. Congratulations. So thank you very much. Maybe they can just say at least a brief word. So Mr. Anton Mveyange, you can start.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's my honor to stand before you and today to sign an MOU with my mother. Repoa trained me. I think I've attended all Repoa's training in the course of growing Repoa and ESRIF. Today, joining hands with Repoa in Tanzania as part of our network of institutions that we work with across the continent is really a big privilege. So I'm very happy to sign an MOU. I know we have been trying to find moment and time to do this. Doing it here now in the audience is a testimony that we are really keen to see what we are going to do next. Perhaps a few words on what does this MOU mean? Where do we come together? we have so many synergies, we have so many areas of mutual collaborations, capacity building, research, and as we speak right now, we've already started putting together a training that we are going to run across the continent jointly with Repoa. So for me, this is a good start in the right direction. Participating in this conference is also a signal that we are working together. Going forward, Repoa will be our partner in Tanzania. We will invite Repoa to all our events across the continent in areas of mutual interests, and we believe that this partnership, rather MOU, is an opportunity for also Tanzanians to get to see the world in the research and policy discourse across the continent. So thank you very much, and thank you very much for being the witness in this signing ceremony. Thank you.
Dr. Mveange, thank you very much. But before you hand over the microphone to Dr. Mari, please may you repeat what you have said in Swahili for the interest of our media people so that they can easily follow. Yeah, please.
Oh, nashukuru kwa heshima na taadhima. Let's see if my Kiswahili is still intact. Oh, nimeongea kwa Kiingereza. Nashukuru kwa heshima na taadhima kwa kusaini MOU. Hati ya makubaliano, yes. Kwa kutia sahihi hati ya makubaliano kati ya organization yangu inayoitwa PASCA na Repoa. Kwa nini tumesaini hati ya makubaliano? Tumesaini hati ya makubaliano kwa lengo la kuunganisha nguvu katika maeneo ambayo tunaweza kufanya kazi pamoja. Organization yangu inafanya kazi katika maeneo ya kujenga uwezo wa watu, kufanya tafiti katika masuala ya sera za umma na utawala bora Afrika. Tunafanya kazi takriban zaidi ya nchi 26 ndani ya Afrika. Tuna partners ndani ya Afrika na nje ya Afrika. Natumai kwamba nafasi hii ya kusaini hii hati ya makubaliano ni nafasi muhimu sana ya kutanua wigo wa wataalamu ambao watafundishwa wa Tanzania na nje ya Tanzania. Wakati umefika wa Tanzania wafunguliwe waweze kushirikiana na kujifunza kutoka nchi nyingine. Tunafanya tafiti nyingi, tunaweka makongamano kama haya ya kimataifa Nairobi na nje ya Nairobi. Kongamano jingine tunataka kufanya mwakani mwezi wa pili nchini Botswana ni kubwa. Hii ni nafasi kwa wadau ndani ya Repoa na Watanzania kwa ujumla ambao wanapenda tansia ya utafiti na kujifunza kushirikiana nasi. Kwa hiyo wote mnakaribishwa. Natumai kwamba utakuwa ni mlango wa kwanza kuwa na mahusiano mazuri zaidi. Kwa Tanzania, Repoa ni mdau wetu wa 3 au 4. Tunaubia pia na chuo cha Dar es Salaam, chuo kikuu cha Dar es Salaam. Tunaubia pia na chuo kikuu cha Mzumbe. Tunaubia pia na, nilikuwa naongea na mmoja professor, very soon to sign another MOU na University of Dodoma. Lengo ni kujenga uwezo sio tu wa Tanzania, kujenga uwezo wa Afrika. Uwezo wa Afrika katika kuchambua masuala ya sera za umma, katika kuchambua masuala ya utawala bora na kuweza kuongeza uwezo wao wa kutunga sera kwa nchi zetu. PASCA ndio sehemu kubwa ya kazi tunayoifanya usiku na mchana. Natumai nimeeleweka sasa. Asanteni.
Asante sana. Karibu Dr. Mari.
Asante sana Anthony translation kidogo. Unajua Anthony amesoma muda mrefu Denmark. Kwa hiyo nadhani anajua Kidanish zaidi ya Kiswahili sasa. Thank you very much Anthony. I think he has explained it all. PASCA is a partnership for African social and governance research. It's an independent, non-partisan organization that is working for the whole of Africa. And as you know, if you read our vision, we aspire to be a leading research organization in the region in production of knowledge that is useful for promoting inclusive development. So this is one of the pathways towards fulfilling our vision, and therefore this engagement today with the PASCA is one of the key milestones in that direction, and we believe that this partnership will go far in terms of supporting our African states, policymakers, and researchers alike to develop the capacity that we need to catapult or to accelerate our development direction, our vision, our shared vision to fulfilling our African Union agenda. Kwa hiyo ninashukuru sana kwa ushirikiano huu ambao PASGA tumekubaliana leo, na mtaona kwamba dira yetu inatuelekeza kwamba pamoja na kufanya utafiti na kushiriki katika maendeleo ya sera nchini Tanzania, tunataka sasa tuweze kwenda katika ukanda wa Afrika, na njia mojawapo ambayo tunakwenda kuitumia ni ushirikiano huu ambao tumeingia leo na PASGA. Kwa hiyo tunashukuru sana na tunaomba ushiriki wenu katika kuboresha na kuhakikisha kwamba uhusiano huu na makubaliano hayo ambayo tunaingia yanakwenda kupata mafanikio makubwa. Asanteni sana.
Thank you very much. A big round of applause to them. Thank you very much. Congratulations to Repoa and PASGA for our new collaboration. So you can take your seats. Congratulations once more. Another round of applause as they are going down. And right now, without further ado, it's lunchtime. Wow. Anybody is happy that it's lunchtime like me? Okay, probably we should go to the next session. Okay, anybody want to go for lunch right now? Okay, it seems like we can go to the next session, right? Should we go to the next session? Lunchtime? Next session? Lunchtime? Okay, without further ado, now let's go for lunch. And of applause to the new partnership between Repoa and PASGR. Congratulations. So thank you very much. Maybe they can just say at least a brief word. So Mr. Anton Veange, you can start.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's my honor to stand before you and today to sign an MOU with my mother. Repoa trained me. I think I've attended all Repoa's training in the course of growing Repoa and ESRIF. Today, joining hands with Repoa in Tanzania as part of our network of institutions that we work with across the continent is really a big privilege. So I'm very happy to sign an MOU. I know we have been trying to find moment and time to do this. Doing it here now in the audience is a testimony that we are really keen to see what we are going to do next. Perhaps a few words on what does this MOU mean? Where do we come together? We have so many synergies. We have so many areas of mutual collaborations, capacity building, research, and as we speak right now, we've already started putting together a training that we are going to run across the continent jointly with Repoa. So for me, this is a good start in the right direction. Participating in this conference is also a signal that we are working together. Going forward, Repoa will be our partner in Tanzania. We will invite Repoa to all our events across the continent in areas of mutual interests, and we believe that this partnership, rather MOU, is an opportunity for also Tanzanians to get to see the world in the research and policy discourse across the continent. So thank you very much, and thank you very much for being the witness in this signing ceremony. Thank you.
Dr. Mveange, thank you very much. But before you hand over the microphone to Dr. Mari, please may you repeat what you have said in Swahili for the interest of our media people so that they can easily follow. Yeah, please.
Oh, nashukuru kwa heshima na taadhima. Let's see if my Swahili is still intact. Oh, nimeongea kwa Kiingereza. Nashukuru kwa heshima na taadhima kwa kusaini MOU. Hati ya makubaliano, yes. Kwa kutia sahihi hati ya makubaliano kati ya organizer Repoa. Kwa nini tumesaini hati ya makubaliano? Tumesaini hati ya makubaliano kwa lengo la kuunganisha nguvu katika maeneo ambayo tunaweza kufanya kazi pamoja. Organization yangu inafanya kazi katika maeneo ya kujenga uwezo wa watu, kufanya tafiti katika masuala ya sera za umma na utawala bora Afrika. Tunafanya kazi takriban zaidi ya nchi 26 ndani ya Afrika. Tuna partners ndani ya Afrika na nje ya Afrika. Natumai kwamba nafasi hii ya kusaini hati ya makubaliano ni nafasi muhimu sana ya kutanua wigo wa wataalamu ambao watafundishwa wa Tanzania na nje ya Tanzania. Wakati umefika wa Tanzania wafunguliwe waweze kushirikiana na kujifunza kutoka nchi nyingine. Tunafanya tafiti nyingi, tunaweka makongamano kama haya ya kimataifa Nairobi na nje ya Nairobi. Kongamano jingine tunataka kufanya mwakani mwezi wa pili nchini Botswana ni kubwa. Hii ni nafasi kwa wadau ndani ya Repoa na Watanzania kwa ujumla ambao wanapenda tansia ya utafiti na kujifunza kushirikiana nasi. Kwa hiyo wote mnakaribishwa. Natumai kwamba utakuwa ni mlango wa kwanza kuwa na mahusiano mazuri zaidi. Kwa Tanzania, Repoa ni mdau wetu wa 3 au 4. Tunaubia pia na chuo cha Dar es Salaam, chuo kikuu cha Dar es Salaam. Tunaubia pia na chuo kikuu cha Mzumbe. Tunaubia pia na, nilikuwa naongea na mmoja professor, very soon to sign another MOU na University of Dodoma. Lengo ni kujenga uwezo sio tu wa Tanzania, kujenga uwezo wa Afrika. Uwezo wa Afrika katika kuchambua masuala ya sera za umma, katika kuchambua masuala ya utawala bora na kuweza kuongeza uwezo wao wa kutunga sera kwa nchi zetu. ASGA ndio sehemu kubwa ya kazi tunayofanya usiku na mchana. Natumai nimeeleweka sasa. Asanteni.
Asante sana. Karibu Dr. Mari.
Asante sana Anthony. Anthony, translation kidogo, unajua Anthony amesoma muda mrefu Denmark. Kwa hiyo alikuwa anadhani anajua Kidanish zaidi ya Kiswahili sasa. Thank you very much, Anthony. I think he has explained it all. PASGA is a partnership for African social and governance research. It's an independent, non-partisan organization that is working for the whole of Africa. And as you know, if you read our vision, we aspire to be a leading research organization in the region in production of knowledge that is useful for promoting inclusive development. So this is one of the pathways towards fulfilling our vision, and therefore this engagement today with the PASGA is one of the key milestones in that direction. And we believe that this partnership will go far in terms of supporting our African states, policymakers, and researchers alike to develop the capacity that we need to catapult or to accelerate our development direction, our vision, our shared vision to fulfilling our African Union agenda. Kwa hiyo ninashukuru sana kwa ushirikiano huu ambao PASGA tumekubaliana leo, na mtaona kwamba dira yetu inatuelekeza kwamba pamoja na kufanya utafiti na kushiriki katika maendeleo ya sera nchini Tanzania, tunataka sasa tuweze kwenda katika ukanda wa Afrika, na njia mojawapo ambayo tunakwenda kuitumia ni ushirikiano huu ambao tumeingia leo na PASGA. Kwa tunashukuru sana na tunaomba ushiriki wenu katika kuboresha na kuhakikisha kwamba uhusiano huu na makubaliano hayo ambayo tunaingia yanakwenda kupata mafanikio makubwa. Asanteni sana.
Thank you very much. A big round of applause to them. Thank you very much. Congratulations to Repoa and PASGA for our new collaboration. So you can take your seat. Congratulations once more. Another round of applause as they are going down. And right now, without further ado, it's lunchtime. Wow. Anybody is happy that it's lunchtime like me? Okay, probably we should go to the next session. Okay, anybody want to go for lunch right now? Okay, it seems like we can. Round of applause to the new partnership between Repoa and PASGR. Congratulations. So thank you very much. Maybe they can just say at least a brief word. So Mr. Anton Veange, you can start.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's my honor to stand before you and today to sign an MOU with my mother. Repoa trained me. I think I've attended all Repoa's training in the course of growing Repoa and ESRIF. Today, joining hands with Repoa in Tanzania as part of our network of institutions that we work with across the continent is really a big privilege. So I'm very happy to sign an MOU. I know we have been trying to find moment and time to do this. Doing it here now in the audience is a testimony that we are really keen to see what we are going to do next. Perhaps a few words on what does this MOU mean? Where do we come together? We have so many synergies. We have so many areas of mutual collaborations, capacity building, research, and as we speak right now, we've already started putting together a training that we are going to run across the continent jointly with Repoa. So for me, this is a good start in the right direction. Participating in this conference is also a signal that we are working together. Going forward, Repoa will be our partner in Tanzania. We will invite Repoa to all our events across the continent in areas of mutual interests, and we believe that this partnership, rather MOU, is an opportunity for also Tanzanians to get to see the world in the research and policy discourse across the continent. So thank you very much, and thank you very much for being the witness in this signing ceremony. Thank you.
Dr. Mveange, thank you very much. But before you hand over the microphone to Dr. Mari, please may you repeat what you have said in Swahili for the interest of our media people so that they can easily follow. Yeah, please.
Oh, nashukuru kwa heshima na taadhima. Let's see if my Swahili is still intact. Oh, nimeongea kwa Kiingereza. Nashukuru kwa heshima na taadhima kwa kusaini MOU. Hati ya makubaliano, yes. Kwa kutia sahihi hati ya makubaliano kati ya organization yangu inayoitwa PASCA na Repoa. Kwa nini tumesaini hati ya makubaliano? Tumesaini hati ya makubaliano kwa lengo la kuunganisha nguvu katika maeneo ambayo tunaweza kufanya kazi pamoja. Organization yangu inafanya kazi katika maeneo ya kujenga uwezo wa watu, kufanya tafiti katika masuala ya sera za umma na utawala bora Afrika. Tunafanya kazi takriban zaidi ya nchi 26 ndani ya Afrika. Tuna partners ndani ya Afrika na nje ya Afrika. Natumai kwamba nafasi hii ya kusaini hii hati ya makubaliano ni nafasi muhimu sana ya kutanua wigo wa wataalamu ambao watafundishwa wa Tanzania na nje ya Tanzania. Wakati umefika wa Tanzania wafunguliwe waweze kushirikiana na kujifunza kutoka nchi nyingine. Tunafanya tafiti nyingi, tunaweka makongamano kama haya ya kimataifa Nairobi na nje ya Nairobi. Kongamano jingine tunataka kufanya mwakani mwezi wa pili nchini Botswana ni kubwa. Hii ni nafasi kwa wadau ndani ya Repoa na Watanzania kwa ujumla ambao wanapenda tansia ya utafiti na kujifunza kushirikiana nasi. Kwa hiyo wote mnakaribishwa. Natumai kwamba utakuwa ni mlango wa kwanza kuwa na mahusiano mazuri zaidi. Kwa Tanzania, Repoa ni mdau wetu wa 3 au 4. Tunaubia pia na chuo cha Dar es Salaam, chuo kikuu cha Dar es Salaam. Tunaubia pia na chuo kikuu cha Mzumbe. Tunaubia pia na, nilikuwa naongea na mmoja professor, very soon to sign another MOU na University of Dodoma. Lengo ni kujenga uwezo sio tu wa Tanzania, kujenga uwezo wa Afrika. Uwezo wa Afrika katika kuchambua masuala ya sera za umma, katika kuchambua masuala ya utawala bora na kuweza kuongeza uwezo wao wa kutunga sera kwa nchi zetu. PASCA ndio sehemu kubwa ya kazi tunayoifanya usiku na mchana. Natumai nimeeleweka sasa. Asanteni.
Asante sana. Karibu Dr. Mari.
Asante sana Anthony. Anthony translation kidogo, unajua Anthony amesoma muda mrefu Denmark. Kwa hiyo anadhani anajua Kidanish zaidi ya Kiswahili sasa. Thank you very much Anthony. I think he has explained it all. PASCA is a partnership for African social and governance research. It's an independent, non-partisan organization that is working for the whole of Africa. And as you know, if you read our vision, we aspire to be a leading research organization in the region in production of knowledge that is useful for promoting inclusive development. So this is one of the pathways towards fulfilling our vision, and therefore this engagement today with the PASCA is one of the key milestones in that direction. And we believe that this partnership will go far in terms of supporting our African states, policymakers, and researchers alike to develop the capacity that we need to catapult or to accelerate our development direction, our vision, our shared vision to fulfilling our African Union agenda. Kwa hiyo ninashukuru sana kwa ushirikiano huu ambao PASGA tumekubaliana leo, na mtaona kwamba dira yetu inatuelekeza kwamba pamoja na kufanya utafiti na kushiriki katika maendeleo ya sera nchini Tanzania, tunataka sasa tuweze kwenda katika ukanda wa Afrika, na njia mojawapo ambayo tunakwenda kuitumia ni ushirikiano huu ambao tumeingia leo na PASGA. Kwa tunashukuru sana na tunaomba ushiriki wenu katika kuboresha na kuhakikisha kwamba uhusiano huu na makubaliano hayo ambayo tunaingia yanakwenda kupata mafanikio makubwa. Asanteni sana.
Thank you very much. A big round of applause to them. Thank you very much. Congratulations to Repoa and PASGA for our new collaboration. So you can take your seats. Congratulations once more. Another round of applause as they are going down. And right now, without further ado, it's lunchtime. Wow. Anybody is happy that it's lunchtime like me? Okay, probably we should go to the next session. Okay, anybody want to go for lunch right now? Okay, it seems like we can. Round of applause to the new partnership between Repoa and PASGR. Congratulations. So thank you very much. Maybe they can just say at least a brief word. So Mr. Anton Veange, you can start.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's my honor to stand before you and today to sign an MOU with my mother. Repoa trained me. I think I've attended all Repoa's training in the course of growing Repoa and ESRIF. Today, joining hands with Repoa in Tanzania as part of our network of institutions that we work with across the continent is really a big privilege. So I'm very happy to sign an MOU. I know we've been trying to find moment and time to do this. Doing it here now in the audience is a testimony that we are really keen to see what we are going to do next. Perhaps a few words on what does this MOU mean? Where do we come together? We have so many synergies. We have so many areas of mutual collaborations, capacity building, research, and as we speak right now, we've already started putting together a training that we are going to run across the continent jointly with Repoa. So for me, this is a good start in the right direction. Participating in this conference is also a signal that we are working together. Going forward, Repoa will be our partner in Tanzania. We will invite Repoa to all our events across the continent in areas of mutual interests. And we believe that this partnership, rather MOU, is an opportunity for also Tanzanians to get to see the world in the research and policy discourse across the continent. So thank you very much, and thank you very much for being the witness in this signing ceremony. Thank you.
Dr. Mveange, thank you very much. But before you hand over the microphone to Dr. Mari, please may you repeat what you have said in Swahili for the interest of our media people so that they can easily follow. Yeah, please.
Oh, nashukuru kwa heshima na taadhima. Let's see if my Swahili is still intact. Oh, nimeongea kwa Kiingereza. Nashukuru kwa heshima na taadhima kwa kusaini MOU. Hati ya makubaliano, yes. Kwa kutia sahihi hati ya makubaliano kati ya organization yangu inayoitwa PASCA na Repoa. Kwa nini tumesaini hati ya makubaliano? Tumesaini hati ya makubaliano kwa lengo la kuunganisha nguvu katika maeneo ambayo tunaweza kufanya kazi pamoja. Organization yangu inafanya kazi katika maeneo ya kujenga uwezo wa watu, kufanya tafiti katika masuala ya sera za umma na utawala bora Afrika. Tunafanya kazi takriban zaidi ya nchi 26 ndani ya Afrika. Tuna partners ndani ya Afrika na nje ya Afrika. Natumai kwamba nafasi hii ya kusaini hii hati ya makubaliano ni nafasi muhimu sana ya kutanua wigo wa wataalamu ambao watafundishwa wa Tanzania na nje ya Tanzania. Wakati umefika wa Tanzania wafunguliwe waweze kushirikiana na kujifunza kutoka nchi nyingine. Tunafanya tafiti nyingi, tunaweka makongamano kama haya ya kimataifa Nairobi na nje ya Nairobi. Kongamano jingine tunataka kufanya mwakani mwezi wa pili nchini Botswana ni kubwa. Hii ni nafasi kwa wadau ndani ya Repoa na Watanzania kwa ujumla ambao wanapenda tansia ya utafiti na kujifunza kushirikiana nasi. Kwa hiyo wote mnakaribishwa. Natumai kwamba utakuwa ni mlango wa kwanza kuwa na mahusiano mazuri zaidi. Kwa Tanzania, Repoa ni mdau wetu wa 3 au 4. Tunaubia pia na chuo cha Dar es Salaam, chuo kikuu cha Dar es Salaam. Tunaubia pia na chuo kikuu cha Mzumbe. Tunaubia pia na, nilikuwa naongea na mmoja professor, very soon to sign another MOU na University of Dodoma. Lengo ni kujenga uwezo sio tu wa Tanzania, kujenga uwezo wa Afrika. Uwezo wa Afrika katika kuchambua masuala ya sera za umma, katika kuchambua masuala ya utawala bora na kuweza kuongeza uwezo wao wa kutunga sera kwa nchi zetu. PASCA ndio sehemu kubwa ya kazi tunayoifanya usiku na mchana. Natumai nimeeleweka sasa. Asanteni.
Asante sana. Karibu Dr. Mari.
Asante sana Anthony. Anthony translation kidogo, unajua Anthony amesoma muda mrefu Denmark. Kwa hiyo alikuwa anadhani anajua Kidanish zaidi ya Kiswahili sasa. Thank you very much Anthony. I think he has explained it all. PASCA is a partnership for African social and governance research. It's an independent, non-partisan organization that is working for the whole of Africa. And as you know, if you read our vision, we aspire to be a leading research organization in the region in production of knowledge that is useful for promoting inclusive development. So this is one of the pathways towards fulfilling our vision, and therefore this engagement today with the PASCA is one of the key milestones in that direction. And we believe that this partnership will go far in terms of supporting our African states, policymakers, and researchers alike to develop the capacity that we need to catapult or to accelerate our development direction, our vision, our shared vision to fulfilling our African Union agenda. Kwa hiyo ninashukuru sana kwa ushirikiano huu ambao PASCA tumekubaliana leo, na mtaona kwamba dira yetu inatuelekeza kwamba pamoja na kufanya utafiti na kushiriki katika maendeleo ya sera nchini Tanzania, tunataka sasa tuweze kwenda katika ukanda wa Afrika, na njia mojawapo ambayo tunakwenda kuitumia ni ushirikiano huu ambao tumeingia leo na PASCA. Kwa tunashukuru sana na tunaomba ushiriki wenu katika kuboresha na kuhakikisha kwamba uhusiano huu na makubaliano hayo ambayo tunaingia yanakwenda kupata mafanikio makubwa. Asanteni sana.
Thank you very much. A big round of applause to them. Thank you very much. Congratulations to Repoa and PASCA for our new collaboration. So you can take your seats. Congratulations once more. Another round of applause as they are going down. And right now, without further ado, It's lunchtime. Wow. Anybody is happy that it's lunchtime like me? Okay, probably we should go to the next session. Okay, anybody want to go for lunch right now? Okay, it seems like we can. A round of applause to the new partnership between Repoa and PASGR. Congratulations. So thank you very much. Maybe they can just say at least a brief word. So Mr. Anton Veange, you can start.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's my honor to stand before you and today to sign an MOU with my mother. Repoa trained me. I think I've attended all Repoa's training in the course of growing Repoa and ESRIF. Today, joining hands with Repoa in Tanzania as part of our network of institutions that we work with across the continent is really a big privilege. So I'm very happy to sign an MOU. I know we've been trying to find moment and time to do this. Doing it here now in the audience is a testimony that we are really keen to see what we are going to do next. Perhaps a few words on what does this MOU mean? Where do we come together? We have so many synergies. We have so many areas of mutual collaborations. Capacity building, research, and as we speak right now, we've already started putting together a training that we are going to run across the continent jointly with Repoa. So for me, this is a good start in the right direction. Participating in this conference is also a signal that we are working together. Going forward, Repoa will be our partner in Tanzania. We will invite Repoa to all our events across the continent in areas of mutual interests. And we believe that this partnership, rather MOU, is an opportunity for also Tanzanians to get to see the world in the research and policy discourse across the continent. So thank you very much, and thank you very much for being the witness in this signing ceremony. Thank you.
Dr. Mveange, thank you very much. But before you hand over the microphone to Dr. Mari, please may you repeat what you have said in Swahili for the interest of our media people so that they can easily follow. Yeah, please.
Oh, nashukuru kwa heshima na taadhima. Let's see if my Swahili is still intact. Oh, nimeongea kwa Kiingereza. Nashukuru kwa heshima na taadhima kwa kusaini MOU. Hati ya makubaliano, yes. Kwa kutia sahihi hati ya makubaliano kati ya organization yangu inayoitwa PASGA na Repoa. Kwa nini tumesaini hati ya makubaliano? Tumesaini hati ya makubaliano kwa lengo la kuunganisha nguvu katika maeneo ambayo tunaweza kufanya kazi pamoja. Organization yangu inafanya kazi katika maeneo ya kujenga uwezo wa watu, kufanya tafiti katika masuala ya sera za umma na utawala bora Afrika. Tunafanya kazi takriban zaidi ya nchi 26 ndani ya Afrika. Tuna partners ndani ya Afrika na nje ya Afrika. Natumai kwamba nafasi hii ya kusaini hati ya makubaliano ni nafasi muhimu sana ya kutanua wigo wa wataalamu ambao watafundishwa wa Tanzania na nje ya Tanzania. Wakati umefika wa Tanzania wafunguliwe waweze kushirikiana na kujifunza kutoka nchi nyingine. Tunafanya tafiti nyingi, tunaweka makongamano kama haya ya kimataifa Nairobi na nje ya Nairobi. Kongamano jingine tunataka kufanya mwakani mwezi wa pili nchini Botswana ni kubwa. Hii ni nafasi kwa wadau ndani ya Repoa na Watanzania kwa ujumla ambao wanapenda tansia ya utafiti na kujifunza kushirikiana nasi. Kwa hiyo wote mnakaribishwa. Natumai kwamba utakuwa ni mlango wa kwanza kuwa na mahusiano mazuri zaidi. Kwa Tanzania, Repoa ni mdau wetu wa 3 au 4. Tunaubia pia na chuo cha Dar es Salaam, chuo kikuu cha Dar es Salaam. Tunaubia pia na chuo kikuu cha Mzumbe. Tunaubia pia na, nilikuwa naongea na mmoja professor, very soon to sign another MOU na University of Dodoma. Lengo ni kujenga uwezo sio tu wa Tanzania, kujenga uwezo wa Afrika. Uwezo wa Afrika katika kuchambua masuala ya sera za umma, katika kuchambua masuala ya utawala bora na kuweza kuongeza uwezo wao wa kutunga sera kwa nchi zetu. ASGA ndio sehemu kubwa ya kazi tunayoifanya usiku na mchana. Natumai nimeeleweka sasa. Asanteni.
Asante sana. Karibu Dr. Mari.
Asante sana Anthony. Anthony translation kidogo, unajua Anthony amesoma muda mrefu Denmark. Kwa hiyo anadhani anajua Kidanish zaidi ya Kiswahili sasa. Thank you very much Anthony. I think he has explained it all. PASGA is a partnership for African social and governance research. It's an independent, non-partisan organization that is working for the whole of Africa. And as you know, if you read our vision, we aspire to be a leading organization, research organization in the region in production of knowledge that is useful for promoting inclusive development. So this is one of the pathways towards fulfilling our vision, and therefore this engagement today with PASGA is one of the key milestones in that direction. And we believe that this partnership will go far in terms of supporting our African states, policymakers, and researchers alike to develop the capacity that we need to catapult or to accelerate our development direction, our vision, our shared vision to fulfilling our African Union agenda. Kwa hiyo ninashukuru sana kwa ushirikiano huu ambao PASGA tumekubaliana leo, na mtaona kwamba dira yetu inatuelekeza kwamba pamoja na kufanya utafiti na kushiriki katika maendeleo ya sera nchini Tanzania, tunataka sasa tuweze kwenda katika ukanda wa Afrika, na njia mojawapo ambayo tunakwenda kuitumia ni ushirikiano huu ambao tumeingia leo na PASGA. Kwa tunashukuru sana na tunaomba ushiriki wenu katika kuboresha na kuhakikisha kwamba uhusiano huu na makubaliano hayo ambayo tunaingia yanakwenda kupata mafanikio makubwa. Asanteni sana.
Thank you very much. A big round of applause to them. Thank you very much. Congratulations to Repoa and PASGA for our new collaboration. So you can take your seats. Congratulations once more. Another round of applause as they are going down. And right now, without further ado, it's lunchtime. Wow. Anybody is happy that it's lunchtime like me? Okay, probably we should go to the next session. Okay, anybody want to go for lunch right now? Okay, it seems like we can. A round of applause to the new partnership between Repoa and PASGR. Congratulations. So thank you very much. Maybe they can just say at least a brief word. So Mr. Anton Veange, you can start.
Thank you very much. It's my honor to stand before you and today to sign an MOU with my mother. Repoa trained me. I think I've attended all Repoa's training in the course of growing Repoa and ESRIF. Today, joining hands with Repoa in Tanzania as part of our network of institutions that we work with across the continent is really a big privilege. So I'm very happy to sign an MOU. I know we have been trying to find moment and time to do this. Doing it here now in the audience is a testimony that we are really keen to see what we are going to do next. Perhaps a few words on what does this MOU mean? Where do we come together? We have so many synergies. We have so many areas of mutual collaborations, capacity building, research, and as we speak right now, we've already started putting together a training that we are going to run across the continent jointly with Repoa. So for me, this is a good start in the right direction. Participating in this conference is also a signal that we are working together. Going forward, Repoa will be our partner in Tanzania. We will invite Repoa to all our events across the continent in areas of mutual interests. And we believe that this partnership, rather MOU, is an opportunity for also Tanzanians to get to see the world in the research and policy discourse across the continent. So thank you very much, and thank you very much for being the witness in this signing ceremony. Thank you.
Dr. Mveange, thank you very much. But before you hand over the microphone to Dr. Mari, please may you repeat what you have said in Swahili for the interest of our media people so that they can easily follow. Yeah, please.
Oh, nashukuru kwa heshima na taadhima. Let's see if my Swahili is still intact. Oh, nimeongea kwa Kiingereza. Nashukuru kwa heshima na taadhima kwa kusaini MOU. Hati ya makubaliano, yes. Kwa kutia sahihi hati ya makubaliano kati ya organization yangu inayoitwa PASCA na Repoa. Kwa nini tumesaini hati ya makubaliano? Tumesaini hati ya makubaliano kwa lengo la kuunganisha nguvu katika maeneo ambayo tunaweza kufanya kazi pamoja. Organization yangu inafanya kazi katika maeneo ya kujenga uwezo wa watu, kufanya tafiti katika masuala ya sera za umma na utawala bora Afrika. Tunafanya kazi takriban zaidi ya nchi 26 ndani ya Afrika. Tuna partners ndani ya Afrika na nje ya Afrika. Natumai kwamba nafasi hii ya kusaini hii hati ya makubaliano ni nafasi muhimu sana ya kutanua wigo wa wataalamu ambao watafundishwa wa Tanzania na nje ya Tanzania. Wakati umefika wa Tanzania wafunguliwe waweze kushirikiana na kujifunza kutoka nchi nyingine. Tunafanya tafiti nyingi, tunaweka makongamano kama haya ya kimataifa Nairobi na nje ya Nairobi. Kongamano jingine tunataka kufanya mwakani mwezi wa pili nchini Botswana ni kubwa. Hii ni nafasi kwa wadau ndani ya Repoa na Watanzania kwa ujumla ambao wanapenda tansia ya utafiti na kujifunza kushirikiana nasi. Kwa hiyo wote mnakaribishwa. Natumai kwamba utakuwa ni mlango wa kwanza kuwa na mahusiano mazuri zaidi. Kwa Tanzania, Repoa ni mdau wetu wa 3 au 4. Tunaubia pia na chuo cha Dar es Salaam, chuo kikuu cha Dar es Salaam. Tunaubia pia na chuo kikuu cha Mzumbe. Tunaubia pia na, nilikuwa naongea na mmoja professor, very soon to sign another MOU na University of Dodoma. Lengo ni kujenga uwezo sio tu wa Tanzania, kujenga uwezo wa Afrika. Uwezo wa Afrika katika kuchambua masuala ya sera za umma, katika kuchambua masuala ya utawala bora na kuweza kuongeza uwezo wao wa kutunga sera kwa nchi zetu. PASCA ndio sehemu kubwa ya kazi tunayoifanya usiku na mchana. Natumai nimeeleweka sasa. Asanteni.
Asante sana. Karibu Dr. Mari.
Asante sana Anthony translation kidogo. Unajua Anthony amesoma muda mrefu Denmark. Kwa hiyo alikuwa anadhani anajua Kidanish zaidi ya Kiswahili sasa. Thank you very much, Anthony. I think he has explained it all. PASGA is a partnership for African social and governance research. It's an independent, non-partisan organization that is working for the whole of Africa. And as you know, if you read our vision, we aspire to be a leading research organization in the region in production of knowledge that is useful for promoting inclusive development. So this is one of the pathways towards fulfilling our vision, and therefore this engagement today with the PASGA is one of the key milestones in that direction, and we believe that this partnership will go far in terms of supporting our African states, policymakers, and researchers alike to develop the capacity that we need to catapult or to accelerate our development direction, our vision, our shared vision to fulfilling our African Union agenda. Kwa hiyo ninashukuru sana kwa ushirikiano huu ambao PASGA tumekubaliana leo, na mtaona kwamba dira yetu inatuelekeza kwamba pamoja na kufanya utafiti na kushiriki katika maendeleo ya sera nchini Tanzania, tunataka sasa tuweze kwenda katika ukanda wa Afrika, na njia mojawapo ambayo tunakwenda kuitumia ni ushirikiano huu ambao tumeingia leo na PASGA. Kwa tunashukuru sana na tunaomba ushiriki wenu katika kuboresha na kuhakikisha kwamba uhusiano huu na makubaliano hayo ambayo tunaingia yanakwenda kupata mafanikio makubwa. Asanteni sana.
Thank you very much. A big round of applause to them. Thank you very much. Congratulations to Repoa and PASGA for our new collaboration. So you can take your seats. Congratulations once more. Another round of applause as they are going down. And right now, without further ado, it's lunchtime. Wow. Anybody is happy that it's lunchtime like me? Okay, probably we should go to the next session. Okay, anybody want to go for lunch right now? Okay, it seems like we can. A round of applause to the new partnership between Repoa and PASGR. Congratulations. So thank you very much. Maybe they can just say at least a brief word. So Mr. Anton Veange, you can start.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's my honor to stand before you and today to sign an MOU with my mother. Repoa trained me. I think I've attended all Repoa's training in the course of growing Repoa and ESRIF. Today, joining hands with Repoa in Tanzania as part of our network of institutions that we work with across the continent is really a big privilege. So I'm very happy to sign an MOU. I know we have been trying to find moment and time to do this. Doing it here now in the audience is a testimony that we are really keen to see what we are going to do next. Perhaps a few words on what does this MOU mean? Where do we come together? We have so many synergies. We have so many areas of mutual collaborations, capacity building, research, and as we speak right now, we've already started putting together a training that we are going to run across the continent jointly with Repoa. So for me, this is a good start in the right direction. Participating in this conference is also a signal that we are working together. Going forward, Repoa will be our partner in Tanzania. We will invite Repoa to all our events across the continent in areas of mutual interests, and we believe that this partnership, rather MOU, is an opportunity for also Tanzanians to get to see the world in the research and policy discourse across the continent. So thank you very much, and thank you very much for being the witness in this signing ceremony. Thank you.
Dr. Mveange, thank you very much. But before you hand over the microphone to Dr. Mari, please may you repeat what you have said in Swahili for the interest of our media people so that they can easily follow. Yeah, please.
Oh, nashukuru kwa heshima na taadhima. Let's see if my Swahili is still intact. Oh, nimeongea kwa Kiingereza. Nashukuru kwa heshima na taadhima kwa kusaini MOU. Hati ya makubaliano, yes. Kwa kutia sahihi hati ya makubaliano kati ya organization yangu inayoitwa PASCA na Repoa. Kwa nini tumesaini hati ya makubaliano? Tumesaini hati ya makubaliano kwa lengo la kuunganisha nguvu katika maeneo ambayo tunaweza kufanya kazi pamoja. Organization yangu inafanya kazi katika maeneo ya kujenga uwezo wa watu, kufanya tafiti katika masuala ya sera za umma na utawala bora Afrika. Tunafanya kazi takriban zaidi ya nchi 26 ndani ya Afrika. Tuna partners ndani ya Afrika na nje ya Afrika. Natumai kwamba nafasi hii ya kusaini hati ya makubaliano ni nafasi muhimu sana ya kutanua wigo wa wataalamu ambao watafundishwa wa Tanzania na nje ya Tanzania. Wakati umefika wa Tanzania wafunguliwe waweze kushirikiana na kujifunza kutoka nchi nyingine. Tunafanya tafiti nyingi, tunaweka makongamano kama haya ya kimataifa Nairobi na nje ya Nairobi. Kongamano jingine tunataka kufanya mwakani mwezi wa pili nchini Botswana ni kubwa. Hii ni nafasi kwa wadau ndani ya Repoa na Watanzania kwa ujumla ambao wanapenda tansia ya utafiti na kujifunza kushirikiana nasi. Kwa hiyo wote mnakaribishwa. Natumai kwamba utakuwa ni mlango wa kwanza kuwa na mahusiano mazuri zaidi. Kwa Tanzania, Repoa ni mdau wetu wa 3 au 4. Tunaubia pia na chuo cha Dar es Salaam, chuo kikuu cha Dar es Salaam. Tunaubia pia na chuo kikuu cha Mzumbe. Tunaubia pia na, nilikuwa naongea na mmoja professor, very soon to sign another MOU na University of Dodoma. Lengo ni kujenga uwezo sio tu wa Tanzania, kujenga uwezo wa Afrika. Uwezo wa Afrika katika kuchambua masuala ya sera za umma, katika kuchambua masuala ya utawala bora na kuweza kuongeza uwezo wao wa kutunga sera kwa nchi zetu. PASCA ndio sehemu kubwa ya kazi tunayoifanya usiku na mchana. Natumai nimeeleweka sasa. Asanteni.
Asante sana. Karibu Dr. Mari.
Asante sana Anthony. Anthony translation kidogo, unajua Anthony amesoma muda mrefu Denmark. Kwa hiyo alikuwa anadhani anajua Kidanish zaidi ya Kiswahili sasa. Thank you very much Anthony. I think he has explained it all. PASCA is a partnership for African social and governance research. It's an independent, non-partisan organization that is working for the whole of Africa. And as you know, if you read our vision, we aspire to be a leading research organization in the region in production of knowledge that is useful for promoting inclusive development. So this is one of the pathways towards fulfilling our vision, and therefore this engagement today with PASCA is one of the key milestones in that direction. And we believe that this partnership will go far in terms of supporting our African states, policymakers, and researchers alike to develop the capacity that we need to catapult or to accelerate our development direction, our vision, our shared vision to fulfilling our African Union agenda. Kwa hiyo ninashukuru sana kwa ushirikiano huu ambao PASCA tumekubaliana leo, na mtaona kwamba dira yetu inatuelekeza kwamba pamoja na kufanya utafiti na kushiriki katika maendeleo ya sera nchini Tanzania, tunataka sasa tuweze kwenda katika ukanda wa Afrika, na njia mojawapo ambayo tunakwenda kuitumia ni ushirikiano huu ambao tumeingia leo na PASCA. Kwa tunashukuru sana na tunaomba ushiriki wenu katika kuboresha na kuhakikisha kwamba uhusiano huu na makubaliano hayo ambayo tunaingia yanakwenda kupata mafanikio makubwa. Asanteni sana.
Thank you very much. A big round of applause to them. Thank you very much. Congratulations to Repoa and PASCA for our new collaboration. So you can take your seats. Congratulations once more. Another round of applause as they are going down. And right now, without further ado, it's lunchtime. Wow. Anybody is happy that it's lunchtime like me? Okay, probably we should go to the next session. Okay, anybody want to go for lunch right now? Okay, it seems like we can. A round of applause to the new partnership between Repoa and PASGR. Congratulations. So thank you very much. Maybe they can just say at least a brief word. So Mr. Anton Veange, you can start.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's my honor to stand before you and today to sign an MOU with my mother. Repoa trained me. I think I've attended all Repoa's training in the course of growing Repoa and ESRIF. Today, joining hands with Repoa in Tanzania as part of our network of institutions that we work with across the continent is really a big privilege. So I'm very happy to sign an MOU. I know we have been trying to find moment and time to do this. Doing it here now in the audience is a testimony that we are really keen to see what we are going to do next. Perhaps a few words on what does this MOU mean? Where do we come together? We have so many synergies. We have so many areas of mutual collaborations. Capacity building, research, and as we speak right now, we've already started putting together a training that we are going to run across the continent jointly with Repoa. So for me, this is a good start in the right direction. Participating in this conference is also a signal that we are working together. Going forward, Repoa will be our partner in Tanzania. We will invite Repoa to all our events across the continent in areas of mutual interests. And we believe that this partnership, rather MOU, is an opportunity for also Tanzanians to get to see the world in the research and policy discourse across the continent. So thank you very much, and thank you very much for being the witness in this signing ceremony. Thank you.
Dr. Mveange, thank you very much. But before you hand over the microphone to Dr. Mari, please may you repeat what you have said in Swahili for the interest of our media people so that they can easily follow. Yeah, please.
Oh, nashukuru kwa heshima na taadhima. Let's see if my Swahili is still intact. Oh, nimeongea kwa Kiingereza. Nashukuru kwa heshima na taadhima kwa kusaini MOU. Hati ya makubaliano, yes. Kwa kutia sahihi hati ya makubaliano kati ya organization yangu inayoitwa PASCA na Repoa. Kwa nini tumesaini hati ya makubaliano? Tumesaini hati ya makubaliano kwa lengo la kuunganisha nguvu katika maeneo ambayo tunaweza kufanya kazi pamoja. Organization yangu inafanya kazi katika maeneo ya kujenga uwezo wa watu, kufanya tafiti katika masuala ya sera za umma na utawala bora Afrika. Tunafanya kazi takriban zaidi ya nchi 26 ndani ya Afrika. Tuna partners ndani ya Afrika na nje ya Afrika. Natumai kwamba nafasi hii ya kusaini hii hati ya makubaliano ni nafasi muhimu sana ya kutanua wigo wa wataalamu ambao watafundishwa wa Tanzania na nje ya Tanzania. Wakati umefika wa Tanzania wafunguliwe waweze kushirikiana na kujifunza kutoka nchi nyingine. Tunafanya tafiti nyingi, tunaweka makongamano kama haya ya kimataifa Nairobi na nje ya Nairobi. Kongamano jingine tunataka kufanya mwakani mwezi wa pili nchini Botswana ni kubwa. Hii ni nafasi kwa wadau ndani ya Repoa na Watanzania kwa ujumla ambao wanapenda tansia ya utafiti na kujifunza kushirikiana nasi. Kwa hiyo wote mnakaribishwa. Natumai kwamba utakuwa ni mlango wa kwanza kuwa na mahusiano mazuri zaidi. Kwa Tanzania, Repoa ni mdau wetu wa 3 au 4. Tunaubia pia na chuo cha Dar es Salaam, chuo kikuu cha Dar es Salaam. Tunaubia pia na chuo kikuu cha Mzumbe. Tunaubia pia na, nilikuwa naongea na mmoja professor, very soon to sign another MOU na University of Dodoma. Lengo ni kujenga uwezo sio tu wa Tanzania, kujenga uwezo wa Afrika. Uwezo wa Afrika katika kuchambua masuala ya sera za umma, katika kuchambua masuala ya utawala bora na kuweza kuongeza uwezo wao wa kutunga sera kwa nchi zetu. PASGA ndio sehemu kubwa ya kazi tunayoifanya usiku na mchana. Natumai nimeeleweka sasa. Asanteni.
Asante sana. Karibu Dr. Mari.
Asante sana Anthony. Anthony translation kidogo, unajua Anthony amesoma muda mrefu Denmark. Kwa hiyo nadhani anajua Kidanish zaidi ya Kiswahili sasa. Thank you very much Anthony. I think he has explained it all. PASGA is a partnership for African social and governance research. It's an independent, non-partisan organization that is working for the whole of Africa. And as you know, if you read our vision, we aspire to be a leading research organization in the region in production of knowledge that is useful for promoting inclusive development. So this is one of the pathways towards fulfilling our vision, and therefore this engagement today with the PASGA is one of the key milestones in that direction. And we believe that this partnership will go far in terms of supporting our African states, policymakers, and researchers alike to develop the capacity that we need to catapult or to accelerate our development direction, our vision, our shared vision to fulfilling our African Union agenda. Kwa hiyo ninashukuru sana kwa ushirikiano huu ambao PASGA tumekubaliana leo, na mtaona kwamba dira yetu inatuelekeza kwamba pamoja na kufanya utafiti na kushiriki katika maendeleo ya sera nchini Tanzania, tunataka sasa tuweze kwenda katika ukanda wa Afrika, na njia mojawapo ambayo tunakwenda kuitumia ni ushirikiano huu ambao tumeingia leo na PASGA. Kwa tunashukuru sana na tunaomba ushiriki wenu katika kuboresha na kuhakikisha kwamba uhusiano huu na makubaliano hayo ambayo tunaingia yanakwenda kupata mafanikio makubwa. Asanteni sana.
Thank you very much. A big round of applause to them. Thank you very much. Congratulations to Repoa and PASGA for our new collaboration. So you can take your seats. Congratulations once more. Another round of applause as they are going down. And right now, without further ado, it's lunchtime. Wow. Anybody is happy that it's lunchtime like me? Okay, probably we should go to the next session. Okay. Anybody want to go for lunch right now? Okay, it seems like we can. A round of applause to the new partnership between Repoa and PASGR. Congratulations. So thank you very much. Maybe they can just say at least a brief word. So Mr. Anton Veange, you can start.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's my honor to stand before you and today to sign an MOU with my mother. Repoa trained me. I think I've attended all Repoa's training in the course of growing Repoa and ESRIF. Today, joining hands with Repoa in Tanzania as part of our network of institutions that we work with across the continent is really a big privilege. So I'm very happy to sign an MOU. I know we have been trying to find moment and time to do this. Doing it here now in the audience is a testimony that we are really keen to see what we are going to do next. Perhaps a few words on what does this MOU mean? Where do we come together? We have so many synergies. We have so many areas of mutual collaborations, capacity building, research, and as we speak right now, we've already started putting together a training that we are going to run across the continent jointly with Repoa. So for me, this is a good start in the right direction. Participating in this conference is also a signal that we are working together. Going forward, Repoa will be our partner in Tanzania. We will invite Repoa to all our events across the continent in areas of mutual interests. And we believe that this partnership, rather MOU, is an opportunity for also Tanzanians to get to see the world in the research and policy discourse across the continent. So thank you very much, and thank you very much for being the witness in this signing ceremony. Thank you.
Dr. Mveange, thank you very much. But before you hand over the microphone to Dr. Mari, please may you repeat what you have said in Swahili for the interest of our media people so that they can easily follow. Yeah, please.
Oh, nashukuru kwa heshima na taadhima. Let's see if my Swahili is still intact. Oh, nimeongea kwa Kiingereza. Nashukuru kwa heshima na taadhima kwa kusaini MOU. Hati ya makubaliano, yes. Kwa kutia sahihi hati ya makubaliano kati ya organization yangu inayoitwa PASGA na Repoa. Kwa nini tumesaini hati ya makubaliano? Tumesaini hati ya makubaliano kwa lengo la kuunganisha nguvu katika maeneo ambayo tunaweza kufanya kazi pamoja. Organization yangu inafanya kazi katika maeneo ya kujenga uwezo wa watu, kufanya tafiti katika masuala ya sera za umma na utawala bora Afrika. Tunafanya kazi takriban zaidi ya nchi 26 ndani ya Afrika. Tuna partners ndani ya Afrika na nje ya Afrika. Natumai kwamba nafasi hii ya kusaini hati ya makubaliano ni nafasi muhimu sana ya kutanua wigo wa wataalamu ambao watafundishwa wa Tanzania na nje ya Tanzania. Wakati umefika wa Tanzania wafunguliwe waweze kushirikiana na kujifunza kutoka nchi nyingine. Tunafanya tafiti nyingi, tunaweka makongamano kama haya ya kimataifa Nairobi na nje ya Nairobi. Kongamano jingine tunataka kufanya mwakani mwezi wa pili nchini Botswana ni kubwa. Hii ni nafasi kwa wadau ndani ya Repoa na Watanzania kwa ujumla ambao wanapenda tansia ya utafiti na kujifunza kushirikiana nasi. Kwa hiyo wote mnakaribishwa. Natumai kwamba utakuwa ni mlango wa kwanza kuwa na mahusiano mazuri zaidi. Kwa Tanzania, Repoa ni mdau wetu wa watatu au wanne. Tunaubia pia na chuo cha Dar es Salaam, chuo kikuu cha Dar es Salaam. Tunaubia pia na chuo kikuu cha Mzumbe. Tunaubia pia na, nilikuwa naongea na mmoja professor, very soon to sign another MOU na University of Dodoma. Lengo ni kujenga uwezo sio tu wa Tanzania, kujenga uwezo wa Afrika. Uwezo wa Afrika katika kuchambua masuala ya sera za umma, katika kuchambua masuala ya utawala bora na kuweza kuongeza uwezo wao wa kutunga sera kwa nchi zetu. PASGA ndio sehemu kubwa ya kazi tunayoifanya usiku na mchana. Natumai nimeeleweka sasa. Asanteni.
Asante sana. Karibu Dr. Mari.
Asante sana Anthony. Anthony, translation kidogo, unajua Anthony amesoma muda mrefu Denmark. Kwa hiyo alikuwa anadhani anajua Kidanish zaidi ya Kiswahili sasa. Thank you very much Anthony. I think he has explained it all. PASGA is a partnership for African social and governance research. It's an independent, non-partisan organization that is working for the whole of Africa. And as you know, if you read our vision, we aspire to be a leading research organization in the region in production of knowledge that is useful for promoting inclusive development. So this is one of the pathways towards fulfilling our vision, and therefore this engagement today with the PASGA is one of the key milestones in that direction. And we believe that this partnership will go far in terms of supporting our African states, policymakers, and researchers alike to develop the capacity that we need to catapult or to accelerate our development direction, our vision, our shared vision to fulfilling our African Union agenda. Kwa hiyo ninashukuru sana kwa ushirikiano huu ambao PASGA tumekubaliana leo, na mtaona kwamba dira yetu inatuelekeza kwamba pamoja na kufanya utafiti na kushiriki katika maendeleo ya sera nchini Tanzania, tunataka sasa tuweze kwenda katika ukanda wa Afrika, na njia mojawapo ambayo tunakwenda kuitumia ni ushirikiano huu ambao tumeingia leo na PASGA. Kwa hiyo tunashukuru sana na tunaomba ushiriki wenu katika kuboresha na kuhakikisha kwamba uhusiano huu na makubaliano hayo ambayo tunaingia yanakwenda kupata mafanikio makubwa. Asanteni sana.
Thank you very much. A big round of applause to them. Thank you very much. Congratulations to Repoa and PASGA for our new collaboration. So you can take your seats. Congratulations once more. Another round of applause as they are going down. And right now, without further ado, it's lunchtime. Wow. Anybody is happy that it's lunchtime like me? Okay, probably we should go to the next session. Okay, anybody want to go for lunch right now? Okay, it seems like we can. A round of applause to the new partnership between Repoa and PASGR. Congratulations. So thank you very much. Maybe they can just say at least a brief word. So Mr. Anton Veange, you can start.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's my honor to stand before you and today to sign an MOU with my mother. Repoa trained me. I think I've attended all Repoa's training in the course of growing Repoa and ESRIF. today joining hands with Repoa in Tanzania as part of our network of institutions that we work with across the continent is really a big privilege. So I'm very happy to sign an MOU. I know we have been trying to find moment and time to do this. Doing it here now in the audience is a testimony that we are really keen to see what we are going to do next. Perhaps a few words on what does this MOU mean? Where do we come together? We have so many synergies. We have so many areas of mutual collaborations. Capacity building, research, and as we speak right now, we've already started putting together a training that we are going to run across the continent jointly with Repoa. So for me, this is a good start in the right direction. Participating in this conference is also a signal that we are working together. Going forward, Repoa will be our partner in Tanzania. We will invite Repoa to all our events across the continent in areas of mutual interests. And we believe that this partnership, rather MOU, is an opportunity for also Tanzanians to get to see the world in the research and policy discourse across the continent. So thank you very much, and thank you very much for being the witness in this signing ceremony. Thank you.
Dr. Mveange, thank you very much. But before you hand over the microphone to Dr. Mari, please may you repeat what you have said in Swahili for the interest of our media people so that they can easily follow. Yeah, please.
Oh, nashukuru kwa heshima na taadhima. Let's see if my Swahili is still intact. Oh, nimeongea kwa Kiingereza. Nashukuru kwa heshima na taadhima kwa kusaini MOU. Hati ya makubaliano, yes. Kwa kutia sahihi hati ya makubaliano kati ya organization yangu inayoitwa PASCA na Repoa. Kwa nini tumesaini hati ya makubaliano? Tumesaini hati ya makubaliano kwa lengo la kuunganisha nguvu katika maeneo ambayo tunaweza kufanya kazi pamoja. Organization yangu inafanya kazi katika maeneo ya kujenga uwezo wa watu, kufanya tafiti katika masuala ya sera za umma na utawala bora Afrika. Tunafanya kazi takriban zaidi ya nchi 26 ndani ya Afrika. Tuna partners ndani ya Afrika na nje ya Afrika. Natumai kwamba nafasi hii ya kusaini hii hati ya makubaliano ni nafasi muhimu sana ya kutanua wigo wa wataalamu ambao watafundishwa wa Tanzania na nje ya Tanzania. Wakati umefika wa Tanzania wafunguliwe waweze kushirikiana na kujifunza kutoka nchi nyingine. Tunafanya tafiti nyingi, tunaweka makongamano kama haya ya kimataifa Nairobi na nje ya Nairobi. Kongamano jingine tunataka kufanya mwakani mwezi wa pili nchini Botswana ni kubwa. Hii ni nafasi kwa wadau ndani ya Repoa na Watanzania kwa ujumla ambao wanapenda tansia ya utafiti na kujifunza kushirikiana nasi. Kwa hiyo wote mnakaribishwa. Natumai kwamba utakuwa ni mlango wa kwanza kuwa na mahusiano mazuri zaidi. Kwa Tanzania, Repoa ni mdau wetu wa 3 au 4. Tunaubia pia na chuo cha Dar es Salaam, chuo kikuu cha Dar es Salaam. Tunaubia pia na chuo kikuu cha Mzumbe. Tunaubia pia na, nilikuwa naongea na mmoja wa professor, very soon to sign another MOU na University of Dodoma. Lengo ni kujenga uwezo sio tu wa Tanzania, kujenga uwezo wa Afrika. Uwezo wa Afrika katika kuchambua masuala ya sera za umma, katika kuchambua masuala ya utawala bora na kuweza kuongeza uwezo wao wa kutunga sera kwa nchi zetu. PASCA ndio sehemu kubwa ya kazi tunayoifanya usiku na mchana. Natumai nimeeleweka sasa. Asanteni.
Asante sana. Karibu Dr. Mari.
Asante sana Anthony. Anthony translation kidogo, unajua Anthony amesoma muda mrefu Denmark. Kwa hiyo alikuwa anadhani anajua Kidanish zaidi ya Kiswahili sasa. Thank you very much Anthony. I think he has explained it all. PASCA is a partnership for African social and governance research. It's an independent, non-partisan organization that is working for the whole of Africa. And it is an honor if you read our vision, we aspire to be a leading research organization in the region in production of knowledge that is useful for promoting inclusive development. So this is one of the pathways towards fulfilling our vision, and therefore this engagement today with the PASGA is one of the key milestones in that direction, and we believe that this partnership will go far in terms of supporting our African states, policymakers, and researchers alike to develop the capacity that we need to catapult or to accelerate our development direction, our vision, our shared vision to fulfilling our African Union agenda. This afternoon, we will start by receiving some key reflections and recommendations that came out of the breakout sessions. For all the plenary sessions, we were all here, so we heard what was reflected in those discussions. So we only want to now hear from the parallel sessions, because not everyone attended each of those parallel sessions. So I will start with the order of the parallel presentations, starting from day one. I will give you 5 minutes each. You can use less if you want, just to give reflections of what you think transpired in those sessions. What were the key recommendations and issues that us sitting in the room can take home. So I will start with the first parallel session yesterday, which was titled Trade Potentials in a Greening Economy, and the chair was Mr. Ahmed Ndeshobola. So I'll start with you, Ahmed. Where is Ahmed sitting? Oh. Okay. Please come forward and just use you can use the podium if you wish, or you can use the podium. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The parallel session of yesterday was, the first parallel session was on trade potentials in a greening economy. And we had 3 panelists or 2 sets of presentation which were made yesterday. The one was on strengthening the capacity of effective implementation of export competitiveness and diversification policies in Tanzania. The second one was the post-pandemic outlook on Tanzanians' rice production or rice trade opportunities and pitfalls. The first one was, the first input was made by colleagues from the ISS Erasmus University based in The Hague, in Netherlands. And the second one was made by a colleague from Southern Africa, but an old colleague from Repoa. Yes, the discussion on the first session focused on building the realistic gravity model, which could be used to be able to explain the productivity enhancement in agricultural production and the competitiveness, but also looking at the trade potential. And in that one, there were final elements which came out, 2 basic elements which came. One was that productivity enhancement in the commodity and manufacturing has resulted in progressive reduction in the product costs. The product cost has been going down, and hence creating a competitive environment for expanding the trading opportunities to international level. The second one, which came out from that one, the gravity model, which has been explained for many years, was that the export market which we face, the Tanzanian face, the agricultural export market which we face, is mainly Asia, Europe, United States, and Africa. And with that one, you find it has fixed costs in terms of transportation. Transportation cost remains fixed. And because of that greater distances and the fixed costs, you find that the lower costs in the production level is not being accompanied by lower cost of transportation. And therefore, you find the export potential to these particular potential markets, especially Asia, US, and Europe, is actually impaired by the high transport cost, although the production cost has gone down. And therefore, we will see when we come to the recommendations. The second intervention on which was on a post-pandemic rice production and competitiveness came up with a number of issues. Particularly, these were about 4 issues. One was that rice is becoming a very effective staple food in Tanzania, and therefore it is mainly produced by small-scale holders, small-scale farmers, and it is produced in many areas in Tanzania. And this is becoming a very professionally produced product, which is being enhanced by productivity enhancement, development, which is also effectively entering the export market. Now, the export market, you remember I mentioned the exports in Asia, Europe, United States, and Africa. But in this particular case, the export market was mainly the African market, and the African market was mainly East Africa, whereby you have Uganda, Kenya, Rwanda are the main importers of Tanzanian rice. And when we go to the export market beyond Africa, you find there is India, Belgium, and the United States. Now, the commercial production of rice, which is becoming a very effective commodity in Tanzania, was of high quality compared to other international products. It's a high quality, except the fact that when you go to the European market, United States market, there are emerging quality standards which requires that the content of that rice or the component of that rice product should be the whole product, the longer one, and not the broken one. And therefore, apparently, the one which we produce in Tanzania is mainly the broken pieces. And the broken pieces are finding difficulties of entering the international markets other than the African markets. The next and the actual final element which came out of this one was that for effective export to global markets, farmers do not have sufficient information on the market quality requirements as such. They don't have that information. They just produce according to their capabilities and the technology and information which they have, and they are producing very well. But they don't have information on market standards requirements for those external markets like Europe and the United States. And therefore, you will find that the penetration of those markets by rice producers is very limited at the moment. And therefore, the discussion among the participants came up with the following recommendations. There are 6, Mr. Chairman. The first recommendation was that there is an urgent need to build and strengthen the intra-African trade under particularly focus on the AFTA, the African Continental Free Trade Area, as in addition to whatever could be additional market penetration of the international markets. But let's focus mostly on the African market, based on the East Africa, and extend beyond East Africa to what the AFTA allows at the moment. Tanzania is an effective member of that continental agreement, and therefore we could have an opportunity to use that market as effectively as possible. The second recommendation which the group made was to build a conducive framework for access to funding by the small-scale farmers, because that was one of the constraints also, to try to engage the government, try to engage the commercial banks and the commercial facilities to put it into place effective financing instruments which the small-scale farmers can use in order to expand their productivity and their production. This is also built on what was said yesterday by the ambassador of the European Union to Tanzania. He said the EU has a huge envelope which he has put together to finance small-scale farmers, and they are doing it through the commercial banks. Also in Tanzania, there is the EIB, the European Investment Bank. They are providing such facilities, such funding, and therefore the group encouraged that that information should be made available to the farmers, but also to convince the commercial banks to effectively use those resources for the benefit of the farmers. The fourth element, Mr. Chairman, was that there was a need to sharpen clarity on the climate change impacts and the framework via information and the capacity building for the farmers to be able to build the resilience. These rice farmers, somebody was saying that they don't need water, but apparently they still need water because of the technology which they have, and therefore they need that flow of water continuously to be able to effectively build, sustain their productivity and the supply of their products to the market. And in line with that, also to sharpen capacity building interventions to effectively promote exportation of the rice products, including the coverage of market access and the standards which are existing, or they are available, or they are existing, they are being updated frequently in the international market, to make sure that the farmers or farmers associations, cooperatives, and so forth, they are aware of those standards which they can respond to in order to sharpen or to increase their exports. The fifth element, Mr. Chairman, was that there was a need to sharpen agro-processing interventions by the institutions which are responsible for that, plus those interventions on renewable energy and the transportation. Because as we said, the gravity model did not show that those inputs of agro-processing, the costs are going down. No, they are not, and the transportation is not going down. And therefore, there was a need to sharpen interventions in those areas. The last element, Mr. Chairman, was that, and the participants, was that there was a need to sharpen the frequency of updating information on the government's policy on reviews, because the government frequently makes adjustments on the policy frameworks and the guidelines to farmers, and those need to be communicated effectively to the farmers, and those institutions which are available and they are able to communicate that information, the research institutions and those community associations should be also government department. Fortunately, we had in place the permanent secretary from the Ministry of Trade, so those could be able to effectively translate those government policy updates into information available to the farmers, so that they can frequently update, also upgrade their capacity building and their production processes and the market access and so forth. Mr. Chairman, colleagues, those were the elements which came out of the discussion yesterday. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ahmed. Please come. Your seat is now ready, so that we can receive the round of applause together when we complete. So please, yes. Yes, so that others can use it. Yeah. We have had reflections from the first breakout session, and now we are moving to the next. The next session was titled "Promoting a Competitive Blue Economy." This was chaired by my friend here, Halifa Kondo, who is the Principal Foreign Service Officer, the Ministry. I need to add, Minister Plenipotentiary. This, I think that people in the Foreign Service understands what this means. Session, and Mr. Kondo, you have 5 minutes. I think Mr. Ndeshabwala used about 8 to 10. So you can maybe, I think you can use 5. Please take the floor.
Asante sana mwenyekiti, na kwa angalizo hilo, kwa kuwa mtangulizi wangu yeye alitumia 5 zake na 5 zangu, kwa hiyo mimi nitakwenda kwa kifupi zaidi ili tuwasaidie watakao kuja mbele. Ni kweli jana tulikuwa na a very wonderful session, tukiongozwa na wasilishaji wawili, Dr. Mumburi from the Bank of Tanzania and Dr. Jamari from Repoa. Na miongoni mwa mambo yaliyoibuka ambayo yaliwasisimua wengi kwenye mjadala huo, na kwa kweli jana chumba hiki kilijaa wakati wa majadiliano hayo, lilikuwa swala la kwanza ni social inclusion. As we discuss blue economy in Zanzibar, members on the floor insisted that we should not left anyone behind. Social inclusion was among the very key issues came out yesterday. And kitu kingine tukashauriwa ya kwamba tusiwe na mambo mengi wakati tunajadili blue economy. We should not have too much targets or too many objectives kwenye blue economy. Tuchague yale ambayo ni peculiar, ambayo yatatutofautisha na wengine. Kama ni beach, ukienda Mombasa kuna beach. Kama ni beach yoyo ukienda South Africa kuna beach, ukienda Msumbiji kuna beach. Ni vitu gani ambavyo vitatofautisha sisi na wengine kwenye maeneo hayo to strengthen. Lakini pia imeibuka swala la curriculum review. Je, do we have curriculums ambazo zinashabihiana na uchumi wa blue? Je, wanafunzi na vyuo vyetu vinafundisha mada zinazoendana na uchumi wa blue, au tunataka tufanye maajabu wakati curriculum zetu haziendani na hilo? Na ikashauriwa tuwe na skills based curriculum ambazo zimejikita kwenye blue economy. Lakini pia the issue of innovations. How do we conduct our blue economy system? Is there some science and technology innovations zinazoendelea kwenye hii sekta? Na jingine likawa swala la wakati tunasisitiza blue economy, je, kukua kwa uchumi wa blue, je, tunazingatia utunzaji wa mazingira? And the blue economy should not endanger the ecosystem of the ocean and seas surrounding us. Hii ni swala kubwa likawa limejadiliwa kwa kina sana. Tuwe na interventions za kuhakikisha shughuli za uchumi wa blue haziathiri mazingira. Na jambo jingine la mwisho kabisa lilikuwa swala la policy and strategy setup. Je, tukiangalia legal framework, tutaona reflection kwamba inatuongoza kwenda kuwa na uchumi wa blue ulioimarika zaidi? Mheshimiwa Mwenyekiti, kwa ufupi sana na kwa kusave muda, haya ni miongoni mwa mambo makubwa 6 yaliyojitokeza katika mjadala wetu wa jana. Asante sana, nashukuru.
Sana Mr. Kondo, very well summarized. And I think this will form part of the summary and recommendations that will also be sent to our guest of honor, because he insisted that he would want to know what are the deliberations from this workshop. Our next the chair for the session on institutional facilitation of a green economy was Dr. Lucas Katera, the Director of Collaborations and Capacity Building at Repoa. Dr. Katera, you have your 5 minutes Mr. Kondo really saved us. I think he used about 3 minutes. So you have maybe 5 minutes, and if you can borrow from him, if you need be.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Kondo, for giving me some 3 minutes on top of my 5. But yes, but I'll try to use 5 minutes. We had 2 presentations in our session. One was on time and monetary costs of regulatory compliances, looking at the experience of Tanzania. This was presented by Dr. Emmanuel Maliti. Basically, what came out from the presentation is that compliance costs with the regulations in this country are quite high. Of course, the focus was on the hotel industry. It's quite high. If you have to translate that in terms of time, usually each hotel spends annually about 45 hours to comply with regulations. Of course, if you translate this further, it's about 200 hours a year for the hotel industries. And if then you turn out that into full-time workers per annum, it's like the loss of 1,200 full-time workers wasting their time doing nothing but moving around to comply with regulations. So if you translate that into monetary value, the loss is about 3.1 billion in a year. And of course, there is also a loss of efficiency due to time that is used not to work at the hotel, but to comply. It's about 1.6 billion. The discussion recommended on the ways things that can be done to address these challenges. One, to make compliance, one is to use online platform in issues around registration and so on and so forth. But of course, it was noted that some of the agencies like TRI are using such kind of regulations. You can register your company paying tax through online platform, but others are not. Of course, the discussion also revealed that there are tendency of some of the officials to tamper with the system so that they can, for their own benefits, rent-seeking activities, and so on. And of course, it was recommended that there is an importance of making compliance cost assessment a mandatory activity, so as to understand and make it publicly known how much hotel industry incurs in compliance. Of course, the other thing was about have one-stop shop that all payments, for instance, can be made. It was noted that hotel industry is paying about 31 different taxes, levies, and charges to different institutions and agencies. So if this payment can be made in one location and then from there distributed to different agencies, then that will reduce the time that the hotels are using for compliance. But also, it was important to coordinate different regulatory agents and the different units within the same regulatory agents, because a lot of time was used to move around, no coordination, and so on and so forth. That was the first paper. The second paper was presented by Dr. Josephat Kweka, and it was about institutional assessment of enterprise development and competitiveness in Tanzania. So the aim of the study was to identify institutional bottlenecks that limit enterprise development and competitiveness. From the start, it was quite clear that enterprise development has improved over time in Tanzania, but the challenge is that it lags behind the other countries around the region. For instance, it lags behind Kenya, Uganda, and Rwanda. Of course, we are doing better than Burundi. So, and that happens because the roles of key institutions that have to promote enterprise development and competitiveness are operating at the macro level and to a lesser extent at the micro level. So, and then another key findings of the study is that institution constraints are less pertinent than other factors, for instance, taxes, cost of enabling environment like infrastructure. So although institution factors are of less significant, some institution factors have had positive impacts on enterprise development and competitiveness. For instance, membership to industrial association, especially sharing information, sharing technology, has tended to promote enterprise development and competitiveness. So the discussion and what does that imply in terms of improving competitiveness? It was important to strengthen industrial cooperation and association, which has indicated positive contribution to the enterprise development and the competitiveness. But of course, increased government commitment to promote enterprise development and the competitiveness. And this has happened and it has had positive impact, for instance, in Rwanda, where the government has committed itself to promote enterprise development. And then it was important to improve also institutional quality. Issues around transparent accountability are important in promoting the enterprise development and the competitiveness. And this can be done by further reforms that aim at improving business climate in the country. But of course, another important thing that came out in the discussion was about private-public partnership. Of course, the government has been insisting private-public partnership, but of course, this has happened to some of the enterprises, but then in some enterprises it doesn't operate well. It looks like the two are competing rather than complementing each other. And Mr. Chairman, I think I should stop at that point.
Thank you very much, Dr. Katera. That's a very good summary of what transpired in that area, discussing the institutional factors that either enhance or inhibit competitiveness across the different sectors, in particularly trade and tourism. The next three sessions, which were held this morning, the first one was chaired by our own Dr. Fadila Ahmed, a seasoned expert on environment. You all know that she worked with NEMC, and us as Repoa has taken advantage of her knowledge to work with her as one of our associate researchers. Dr. Fadila, please, you have 5 minutes to summarize on the session title was Climate Change Resilience in the context of our development plans and strategies. Karibu, Doctor.
Asante, Doctor. There were 4 papers that were presented, 4 presentations, all based on climate change resilience aspects and livelihood strategies. So basically, the first paper dealt mainly with the cultural and religious issues, and the focus was Zanzibar, Unguja and Pemba. Naweka hii kwa sababu Zanzibar communities that were involved in this study are relatively homogeneous. Ni Waislamu, and there are no major cultural differences among these communities. So most of the aspects of any measures that need to be taken must take these on board and must involve local communities at every stage of design and implementation of any intervention measure. Hiyo ndio key issue ambayo imejitokeza kwenye hii study. There are still other aspects that need further research ili tuweze kuweka mipango bora ambayo itasaidia katika kuweka sustainable strategies or sustainable interventions. Another paper was basically on understanding the differences in the rates of adoption of technologies, and main focus was on rice and maize, 2 major crops. Now, what was observed was that maize farmers are more willing to adopt new technologies than rice farmers. Now here we are trying to upscale rice export practices. And on this side we have rice farmers who are not very willing to change. So we need to do something about this. Maybe try to adopt, try to convince rice farmers to change, and we need new strategies and new policies, maybe incentives that have to be in place so that they can take new technology and improve their market strategies. And I think the aspect of the upgrading the quality of rice is a key issue here. There was another paper on issues of adoption as well. But the interesting thing was that one of the conclusions was on those who have knowledge do not apply it to improve their livelihood strategies. It seems that there is a lot, at least basic knowledge or basic understanding on the climate change. What is climate change among different communities? Because these studies have been, these 4 papers focused on different parts of the country, Zanzibar, Kilosa, and Dodoma, Congo. So different agroecological zones, and one was on Magu. One was carried out in Magu and Isungu. So these are slightly different agroecological zones, but the main issue is that there is some understanding. Ukienda kwa wakulima, they tell you they know what climate change is. But that is the, at least partly the end of the story. What actions, what is being done, hapo ndo kwenye matatizo hapo. Now, there is little or no action on resilience measures. What are the reasons? I was just trying to, is it due to poverty, inability to take any action, due to lack of resources maybe? Because they know that there is climate change, or at least the basic knowledge is there. But is it lack of knowledge to carry out any further action, interventions? Or are our communities waiting for the government to take action and just give them like assistance projects? You know, we have different types of projects that are on the ground, but mainly they are not sustainable really. So we also need to, in this case then we need to seriously sit down and look at the way forward. Right. But there are also some communities, like a study that was carried out in Kilosa about water governance issues. Seems that the Maasai communities, at least they have done something, or they are doing something. So maybe we can go and study them, discuss with them on how they are doing, what action they are taking, and if this, what they are doing can be upscaled to other communities. There is that opportunity. All in all, I think in short, that is what transpired, because all these papers dealt with the livelihood issues. Asante.
Thank you very much, Dr. Fadila Mohammed Ali. That was a very good recap of what transpired on these issues around livelihood, climate change, adaptation, and resilience from the community point of view. Our next presentation, the session was on innovation, technology, and technology as enablers of productivity and competitiveness. And this was chaired by Dr. Abdalla, Director of Industrial Development at the Ministry of Trade and Industrial Development, our host ministry for this workshop. Dr. Abdalla, you have your 5 minutes to give your recap.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. As you have already pointed out, our session discussed on innovation and technology as enabler of productivity competitiveness. And we had 3 panelists. One is Dr. Kalista Higini Peter. The second one was Dr. Hawa Isa. And the third one was Dr. Abdon David Makishe. The first presenter, she presented her study, her research on research finding on performance of the innovation support programs for the effectiveness of agriculture to SMEs in Tanzania. And there were 1 key issues to her presentation. The issue was on commercialization of the technology That means it was proved to be less efficient vis-a-vis the imported one. Wametengeneza hiyo prototype zile institutions zetu, lakini baada ya kufanywa majaribio ikaonekana kwamba bado wale wakulima wadogo MSMEs wana prefer ile imported technology ukilinganisha na ile ya kwetu ambayo imetengenezwa na taasisi zetu za ufundi. Kwa inaonekana bado kwamba katika eneo la efficiency na ile productivity au quality inaonekana bado tuna mapungufu katika eneo hilo. So the second presenter was Dr. Abdul David Makishe, who presented the issue on alternative options for energy storage and the climate mitigation. The case of salt dunes in Tanzania, the coastal areas. The key issue was on the potential on energy generation from the salt dunes found on the coastal of Tanzania mainland. Ilikuwa ni very interesting presentation ambayo Dr. Makishe ali take through audience kwamba wakati wanafanya exploration ya mafuta, kutafuta petroleum, baadaye hawakupata mafuta, lakini wakagundua salt dunes ambayo imeonekana katika ukanda huu wa bahari ya Tanzania, ambayo inafikia kuanzia kilomita 2 mpaka kilomita 4. Ile depth ya ile salt dunes ambayo tunaweza kuitumia kama ni storage ya energy. Wenzetu katika nchi ambazo zimeendelea wanatumia hizo salt dunes kuhifadhi energy, kwa mfano mafuta. Wanaweza wakafanya desalination of the salt, kwa hivyo wanapata space ambayo sasa space ile wanaweza kuitumia kwa ajili ya kustore petroleum kwa muda mrefu sana, ambayo inakuwa haipati matatizo yote, lakini pia wana serve hiyo climate change as a mitigation way. The third presentation was by Dr. Hawa Issa, who presented the research finding on knowledge spillover in aluminium and business in Dar es Salaam city. Na katika presentation yake issue kubwa ilikuwa ni sample size, because the manufacturing sector is huge, and she took only the aluminium and furniture as a case study. So there was a recommendation that she could expand her research into another manufacturing sectors. Generally, there are some recommendations for all three presentations. One is to polish our research to become demand-driven to serve the current need to avoid developing prototype technologies that are already obsolete, as we have seen in the first presentation. The second recommendation was to set a national mechanism for coordination between the government, research institutes, academia, and MSMEs to leverage research finding to enhance farms and country competitiveness. It was clear that there was a gap between the MSMEs, research institute, and the government. And finally, the government and the private sector should increase budget to strengthen the effort of research and development in order to be able to come out with the very, very innovative research findings that can be passed over to MSME for the competitiveness in our country. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Dr. Abdallah, and now our last chair of the session on green transformation and food security, Dr. Lucy Sandy, a seasoned expert on climate change and environment, actually with knowledge on how to work with communities, having worked with the regional administration and local government. And she has demonstrated that through some of her work that she's doing on smart agriculture. So, Dr. Sandy, you have the floor. You have your 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chair, for this opportunity. The session I chaired was on green transformation and food security. There were 3 presentations for this session. The first session was presented from Emmanuel Laban, and this one was on farmers' integrated agricultural marketing for productivity and competitiveness in Tanzania. The main question asked in this research was, can digital warehouse receipt system work through the AMCOS? In this research, it was concluded that the digital transformation of warehouse research system is possible, but there is a need of collaborative effort for all stakeholders for this to happen. The second presentation was from John Magalaya Shilinde, who presented a research on agriculture export intermediation, institutional quality, and export performance in Tanzania, and focusing on as a catalyst for agriculture transformation. Just like the first presentation, he also concluded that export intermediation and institutional quality are key factors for enhanced domestic direct agriculture export in Tanzania. The third presentation came from Dr. Godfrey Kweka, who talked about the agricultural commodity price changes, food security, and household welfare in Tanzania. And he concluded his presentation by pointing out that including shadow wages, welfare gains in all scenarios increase. And also he talked about how low agricultural prices are not a desired choice of rational household in Tanzania. There were a number of issues which were discussed in these 3 research papers, but participants contributed particularly on the methodologies deployed in undertaking these studies, but also they talked about issues surrounding the findings for the conducted research, and also the recommendation that should be directed to all relevant stakeholders for effective dissemination and implementation. But also they commented on the linkage of the conducted research with the climate change in general, but particularly with the theme of this conference. And also participants wanted to know more about further research which can be taken by researchers from different institutions and parts. This was the presentation, and all the presenters came from Moshi Cooperative University. So if it shows the strength which exists in, or interest in Moshi Cooperative Universities, I leave that with you. Thank you very much, Chair.
Much, Dr. Sandy, and I think the chairs have done an excellent task of both summarizing as well as having been chairing the sessions from yesterday and today. I think I would request you to give them a big round of applause. Thank you very much, chairs, for making it easy also for our next speaker, who will be presenting the way forward. Also areas for emerging areas for further research. So please take your seats as we go into the next session. Thank you very much. Since we are, before we go into the closing, I think I will ask my predecessor, Professor Wangwe, whom graciously agreed to capture the bigger picture from this workshop in terms of what has emerged, in terms of way forward, what are the key takeaways from this workshop, what will give us guidance going forward, and of course as research institutions, and there's a number of researchers also present in the room, to try to understand what are the areas that we need to know, we need to know more, and so areas that we can take as further research. Professor Wangwe, please take the floor. You may want to use the podium or whichever is easier for you.
Thank you, Executive Director. The chairpersons of various sessions have done an excellent job. So actually they have done the bulk of what I should have done. But anyway, I will summarize issues which I thought came out, and in that context identify some way forward. The first issue which came up is arising from the very topic of the workshop, which is quite loaded: trade, climate change, technology, competitiveness. But this is for a purpose, because all through we had that interaction coming up again and again. So the message is you cannot just pick one item and address it in isolation without clearly recognizing technically the interaction between the various components. So that interaction between trade, issues of environment, climate change, issues of technology, issues of competitiveness, issues of value addition, industrialization, are a package. So when we do our research, it is useful to remember that it may not be the best way out to take one issue at a time without acknowledging how it's interacting with the other issues. The second issue which runs across is trade is dynamic. The kind of trade we knew those days, the kind of trade which is taking place now, changes have taken place. And it's very important to understand what trade wants now, what the patterns are, what products are required out there. A small example, do you remember how we produce, whether it is mangoes, whether it is onions, whether it is oranges? We don't know how to sell them to the world market. But some sharp guys from Kenya, they know, and they cross the border, they buy them in a very rough way, they go back, package them in a way which is wanted by the market out there, because they know. How come our colleagues know the market out there and we don't know the market out there? So knowledge about trade, what is required, and therefore prepare ourselves to meet those requirements of trade, I think comes out as an important issue. Patterns are changing. It has been said very well that actually the kind of trade which is closest to the patterns of what we actually produce, it is much of this trade within Africa. But transport costs are very much on the high side. But that can be gotten around by making investments which already African Union is beginning to, has already started embarking on, and the African Development Bank, on how to create corridors, starting with lots of infrastructure transport networks in the corridors to make it easy to move from one area to another. So trade, I think, considering what can be done in infrastructure, but considering what can be done in terms of quality, we have room for quality, but we are not making use of that quality room which we have. Take a simple example. We had colleagues discussing about rice. When you go to supermarkets in UK, US, there are some types of rice which are very expensive, but they're being bought very well. Say, Uncle Ben, Pakistani rice, very expensive. Why are they so expensive? Yet they are being bought. There must be something. In Tanzania, we have Kerala rice. That aroma of Kerala rice. But then people want to chakachua, they mix with other varieties, so you cannot actually sell it as Kerala rice as a brand. But if we decide to do so, we can sell it as a brand. But it requires institutional arrangements to work out management of that quality so that we can take advantage of the quality. So the issue of quality, what the market wants. Take the case of the big potential now with organic products. They can sell at a multiple of normal prices because it's organic. So you sell that organic. It's very lucrative now, organic products. But we are not doing much about that. First of all, they have implications on climate adaptation, but they have implication on getting better prices out there. So the issue of trade and understanding it, which ties quite well to the issue about information on trade and market intelligence. In earlier times, 70s, early 80s, we used to have a department just in charge of market intelligence. The demand, I don't think it's there now. I have not heard it for quite some time. But the demand for market intelligence now is much more intensive than it was then. To understand what the world wants, what demand patterns are wanted, what quality patterns are wanted. That's a challenge which we have. So when we do our research, that's an area which is quite big potential. Then we have seen the issues of how to change behavior to be consistent with what is required for adaptation to climate, mitigation to climate. That is not something you can just do by regulation or by force. As economists, many of them are economists here, you understand, you need incentives. How do you change behavior? What kind of incentives do you put in place, along with the regulations, to make sure that there is change in behavior in the direction of climate adaptation, climate mitigation, issues we've been talking here. There is incentives behind. And that ties quite well with the issues which have been raised around investment climate, improving the business environment. Business environment is much more important an issue than is being recognized. So as researchers, we need to bring it up as an issue, but linking to the other issues which we heard about, trade, technology, adaptation. What role does easing the investment climate actually mean? Making it easy for investors to take on board. You must have heard about people say, you know, you train people, they don't get jobs, they're not jobs. Then they begin blaming research, training institutions. You train people who are not employable, they're not employable. But we've trained doctors who are employable. Kazi ziko wapi? You don't have enough in government, you don't have a sufficiently wide tax revenue to be able to absorb them. We have not created a business environment for private hospitals to come up in big numbers. Then when these people don't have jobs, whether you're doctors, teachers, whatever disciplines, we say, now you see, you training institutions, you have trained people who are not employable. Where are the jobs? So where are the jobs? The answer is in investment, in particular private investment. And this issue is very much underrated. So in talk of skills, job creation, you are talking of investment. Whether you are talking of small scale or a small kabisa, it's the environment in which they do business, which determines how much jobs they will create. So that issue, which is often underrated, I hope in our research we can bring it up to show that it is a relationship with other areas where they're actually complaining without knowing that the source is narrow investment, and therefore narrow investment in job creation, which causes these issues to a large extent. Then there's the issue of information. I think this has been underscored very well. Information about climate change and awareness. In the 2 days discussion we've had here, myself and others, we have learned a lot of things we didn't know about climate change. And this is a product of research. Scholars have researched, brought this thing out to bear. So if this community has learned things they didn't know, imagine now the communities out there who are the real target in dealing with climate change. So the points raised about awareness of climate change, the importance of, we had discussions of use of resources, like water use. There was a debate about rain or water or we need moisture, but still the point is well made. There's a case for water use. And Brigadier General gave us data that actually in Africa we are best endowed with fresh water, but we are complaining. Israel is not complaining. So there must be something not right somewhere in terms of water use and the practice of how we use our water. It's a major resource which we have not made use of. The issue of agribusiness, which we have discussed here in the context of improving agriculture but moving up the value chain. There is capacity building of those we expected to act in ways which adapt to climate change. Information in terms of capacity to be able to manage it. There is issue of standards and awareness. You cannot achieve standards if you are not aware of those standards. So we have room actually to make it possible. And the issue of updating information all the time and making it available. So the whole question of information, awareness about climate change, I think came out very clearly. These issues are not ad hoc or short term. Climate change is a long-term issue. And therefore, what comes out is we should increasingly take a long-term view of the issues of climate change, trade, technology, competitiveness. Because it takes time to build competitiveness. It takes time to build technology. It takes time to build a respectable agricultural, agribusiness environment. And here, since agriculture is a large sector, if you want to transform the economy, you cannot avoid transforming agriculture. And if you are transforming agriculture, you cannot avoid moving to the next stage of value addition, agribusiness, industrialization. We should be able to discuss this as a package. So we must take a long-term view, as was rightly pointed out, that choose the path we want to take. Choose the priorities we want to adopt. And therefore prepare a policy framework which channels action in that direction. So it's not something you can do ad hoc. Today you do that, tomorrow you do that. It's not a short-term ad hoc activity. It's a long-term range activity in which you decide where you are going and how, and what your priorities are. So we should not forget this, and I think it's a passing by issue. It's here to stay, and the area we strategize it as a long-term strategy, the better. We discussed about energy systems, importance of clean energy. We have a wide range of energy sources, from solar to wind to ocean to even nuclear, even all sorts of range. Unfortunately, we have confined to very narrow sources, largely hydro sources. That's very well. But there's a whole range which we have not explored. But in the discussion here, various sources were mentioned, and I think this should be made as an issue. What alternatives of renewable energy and all sorts, those options are there. Sometimes we talk about them, but in an ad hoc manner. So it should be an issue to be addressed in the longer term. Finally, all these issues to be coordinated and realized, you need an institutional framework which is appropriate for making sure that all the players are playing as a team. You have the state, central government, local government authorities. You have the market, the private sector, where if you talk of incentives, investments to create jobs and so on. But you have communities at the lower level there, and other cooperative kind of collective action, where you cannot, you need a community to make those things happen. And much of the climate change issues and other issues we'll be discussing, you need all these three groups of actors: the government, central and local, the private sector, the market, and the community. You need to have them as an institutional framework which is pulling in the same direction to realize what we expect to see from this issue of climate change. So this has been an eye-opener, and it is resulting in a huge agenda. So even in that agenda, we have to choose priorities as Repoa, because it's a huge area, as you have heard what the chairpersons actually said, what I have indicated here. It's a major agenda which one will have to choose from the priority areas to be taken on board. But the interdependence among the various aspects must not be forgotten, must be cutting across. The institutional framework to make these things work must be taken on board. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Professor Wangwe. Thank you very much, Professor Wangwe. I think we all agree that no one could have done it better than Professor Wangwe. Thank you very much, Professor. I think I would like to repeat the last but one observation that Professor well summarized that emanated from this workshop. The need to take a long-term view of our strategies to address climate change, to promote trade, technology, and competitiveness. This afternoon, when we were discussing with some of the members of the media, some of the questions that were arising, okay, how soon, when are we expecting to see the results of this workshop? What are the targets? And they want to see the results tomorrow. And I think we have frequently seen the kind of short-termism that we have this policy this year, in 2 years the policies have changed. I think it's absolutely important that policies first must speak to each other in a particular direction that we commonly agree. So they have to be really coherent and consistent for not less than 20, 30 years for us to see really sustainable results. I think this is an area that that we really need to work on. So for all the stakeholders that are in this room, I think our main take is we have to insist on long-termism, long-term framework for thinking about development, developing a vision, developing a strategy for achieving that vision, and staying within it, believing it, owning it, and consistently pushing for implementation of that strategy. I think that will take us to the desired desires, the targets that our visions try to speak to. Having a competitive, inclusive economy that is that actually leaves no one behind, and we completely eliminating poverty. If China could do it, if Norway could do it, if US could do it, why not Tanzania? It is possible. And now, I'm very pleased to invite in our closing session, Mr. Olav Lundstol, who is a counselor and country economist at the Embassy of Norway, to please come forward to join me. And also Mr. Ali Gugu, the acting permanent secretary in the Ministry of Investments, Industry and Trade. Who will actually help us to close the session on behalf of the of the Ministry of Trade and Industrial Development of Zanzibar. I think they had discussed and agreed that because of the close partnership that the two ministries have and the two governments, then he will do that on the behalf of the minister who traveled and could not be here, as you see on the program. But before I give Mr. Dr. Olav Lundstol the opportunity to give us his remarks, let me make some few words of acknowledgement, because once Mr. Gugu has closed, I won't have the opportunity to speak again. So I would like to start by thanking the government of Zanzibar very much for hosting us and for making the 26th Annual Research Workshop an extremely successful event. And that includes the State House. They've been working round the clock with us since we started this preparation. The Ministry of Trade and Industrial Development here in Zanzibar, who has given us a very, very significant cooperation. They've allocated a lot of time to work on not just preparation of this workshop, but a lot of work that we have continued to collaborate. Let me also take this opportunity to thank all government officials that have been with us since we started this workshop. I can see here Permanent Secretary Zunda, Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Livestock, of course the PS Gugu, but also our host, PS Amour Bakari, has been with us not just yesterday, for many, many days since we started organizing this workshop. I thank you very much for your support. I would like also to thank our development partners who have been with us since yesterday, and they have continued to be with us to the end of this workshop. One of them is sitting here, but I've seen others also sitting with the audience. I thank members of Repoa and the board. I've seen many of them have been with us since yesterday and have been contributing very actively in the discussions and dialogue. I would like to thank all the chairs, the panelists, presenters, and speakers, and my predecessor, Professor Wangwe, for the excellent job of summarizing 2 days in 15 minutes. I would like to thank all the participants for your resilience to work so intensively for 2 days. We didn't give you even the chance to explore Zanzibar, except a few occasions where we had some cocktail or dinners in the evening. We hope today you will get the time to explore Zanzibar after the closure of this workshop. I would like to thank our new partner that we signed our agreement today, PASCA, Dr. Mveyange. Thank you very much. And I would like to thank the organizing committee. For sure you have seen this, organizing this workshop actually outside our home office in Dar es Salaam. Has not been an easy task, but I really thank the organizing committee that consisted of the teams from the Ministry of Industry and Trade and Industrial Development, led by the PS himself. These people have been spending long times. 3-4 days ago we were here. At 9 in the evening they were still here working. Really, truly, we really acknowledge and thank you very much for your support. Our team from Repoa, staff led by Dr. Jamal, who was the chair of the team from Repoa. They started this intensive work over a month ago with a lot of ups and downs. Others were actually spending a lot of time in the office. Once came to the office around 6 and someone had just left to go and rest for 2 hours and come back just for the organization of the workshop. Thank you very much for your dedication. I also thank our partners, CRDB Bank. You all have seen how closely they worked with us. Their team led by Tuli Mambapa. The managing director was here also on Saturday when we had our press briefing. And for all the material support that they provided us for this workshop. I thank them very much. And last but not least, the members of the media. They have done an excellent job in reporting the workshop, the various recommendations, trying to help to create awareness, and I believe over the coming weeks, this work will continue. And finally, but this does not mean least important, but actually very important, our host here, the hotel staff, which hosted this workshop, but also all the other hotels that accommodated the participants that are here. We have not heard of any complaint on loss of anything, or trouble with food. So I thank them very much for their hard work and hospitality. And finally, I believe that after the closure, you will all have the time to enjoy the hospitality of Zanzibar and all the blue entertainment that goes with that. And may I now request Dr. Olav Lunsal to give his remarks and observation as one of our co-partners. Lord, please, you have the floor. Olav.
Thank you very much, Donald. Very much appreciated, and from the outset, a big vote of thanks on behalf of all the development partners, some of us who are still here, and a lot of us who have really enjoyed thoroughly the sessions, and also the communication with Repoa leading up to this conference. For me, that I've also worked here 8 years ago, it's really nice to be back in Tanzania, having worked in several other countries, and see that the Repoa annual research conference is still going strong and growing stronger even, I would say. So a big vote of thanks from us. We are really impressed, so keep up the good work. We will also like to say a big thanks to all the organizers, to Revolutionary Government of Zanzibar, to Repoa, to CRDB, and to multiple partners that Dr. Mnari mentioned just now. It's an excellent endorsement at highest political level, mixed with in-depth sessions on both days. And there have been very lively discussions, very open-minded commenting, and very frank comments, I would say, in some of the sessions. I really enjoyed just listening in, mainly. So that has really been a treat. From the Norwegian side, and also the development partners that for a long time have collaborated with Repoa, I would like to say that we really appreciate the special role of Repoa in Tanzania, and I would say in the African region as well. It's a really long-standing partnership from the Norwegian side and from the, let's say, Nordic Plus countries, and some more partners. The engagement has been evolving over time with some varying focus, sometimes perhaps the donors creating some problems for Repoa in terms of how we are able to provide support. We have been trying to provide core support for long periods, but also in certain times we have also mixed with special thematic emphasis, such as petroleum governance, agriculture, food security, and much more. And I have personal, as I mentioned, very nice memories from going to Repoa in the lecture hall, and also really listening in to really knowledge sessions that I think really enrich everyone. On the donor side, I think we have really benefited from this, and I hope we have also contributed to some extent, also bringing researchers in and also bringing some perspectives in. I must admit, however, that I alluded a bit to this, that varying waves of donor priorities and policies were not always the best. And we are still not quite where we should be in terms of putting Repoa and other similar think tanks and research centers and different centers of knowledge in Tanzania and in the region at the center of things. Repoa and similar institutions should really be in the driver's seat in terms of setting agendas, delivering a larger part of analysis and knowledge products, as well as the main basis for policy and programming, I think, in the areas of national and regional development. This is happening to a large extent, but I think there is still potential for improvement there. I can say, from coming from the donor side and having worked in development for more than 20 years in this region and in Asia and Latin America. So now a little bit, if you let me indulge a little bit to the topic of this year's conference. I will not really try to summarize. There's been some excellent summaries here now on the past 2 days' deliberations by much more qualified people than me. And I've really enjoyed, as I said, these summaries and the discussions. Instead, I would like to try to share a few thoughts on what for me were streams of thought that came up when I tried thinking about the topics of this year's conference. A bit like Professor Wang said also, there are multiple topics, they are all connected, and they are quite challenging. The first for me was to start off with trying to think where Tanzania is in its path of development, overall in terms of a few extremely stylized observations. And then building from this, going towards looking at the role of trade in the perspective of climate, resource, and equity. Tanzania has delivered impressive high economic growth on average the last 2 decades consistently. It has also delivered progress on education, health and livelihood and other indices. However, in particular in the last decade, the poverty, nutrition and several human capital and development elasticities or effects of growth have been quite low, also in a regional perspective. Transformation is also made challenging by continuing and, according to the recent census, increasing high population growth. That is extending high ratios of dependency and making the regular mechanisms related to reaching the demographic dividend in development challenging. According to one of our excellent conference participants, Professor Kweka, much of the growth from 2002 to 12 in Tanzania and beyond possibly in the last decade can be explained by structural change, illustrated in a change from 85 to 65% employed in agriculture from 2002 to 20, and an increase in non-agricultural employment share. It is interesting to note that most of the growth in employment, however, seems to be in the informal sector, around 89%, and furthermore that in the somewhat similar period, there was also a very strong change in female participation in the labor force, which is very noteworthy, from 67 to 80% from 2000 to 2019, including a more than doubling of the ratio of women to men in jobs paying wages. Important to observe, however, that different from the structural change processes we have seen, for example, in many East Asian countries in particular, the transformation has taken place so far with less change in agricultural productivity overall, and that there are large differences between firms in the informal sector, where some have high productivity, higher than in economy-wide manufacturing, for example, and that the larger firms overall with higher productivity do not really expand employment, due to a large extent to the use of a capital-intensive technology associated with current global trends in technology. Is this a trend that ushers in a new age of making it more difficult or nearly impossible, to follow the path of structural change seen in the recent generation of countries that have transformed and graduated? Much of the deteriorating trend of poverty and human development effectiveness seen in the last decade seems to be linked to the rise of more capital-intensive sectors and projects with lower employment and equity spillover and multiplier effects of development in the short run, But in this overall picture, what about the role of trade and the influence of climate change and emerging pressures and challenges, opportunities of competitiveness, so more focus on green growth? Trade indeed is important and represent large opportunities for Tanzania potentially, although at the moment the export and import figures do not directly represent such a huge share of the economy in Tanzania compared to many other fellow developing economies at similar levels of income. Approximately 25% of GDP at the moment if you add up import and export according to the IMF latest figures. And the composition of the trade of Tanzania and the destinations, regions and countries have shifted somewhat over the last few decades, as for many countries in sub-Saharan Africa, moving increasingly away from the USA and the European markets towards more the Asian markets, China and India in particular, and to some extent the Middle East and other African countries. Export continued to be dominated by natural resources, in many ways little processed as well. Mining dominate and go, of course, closely linked to gold prices, for example, and agriculture, as would perhaps be expected in a relatively land and resource rich and so far still not too densely overall populated country like Tanzania, perhaps. But this would be the argument, for example, of Professor Adrian Wood in a paper he wrote 20 years ago, Could Africa Be More Like America? Question mark. A lot of the focus now is on Asia. This is a big discussion, but I just mention it for reflection. Although it is true probably also for parts, if not all of Tanzania perhaps, what Professor Yaina et al. Says about sub-Saharan Africa, that 72% of the rural population resides on only 10% of the rural areas. And thus, that for the majority of the region's rural population, the average population density is actually above 200 people per square kilometer. And therefore, the issue of tenure security becomes key, for example, for longer-term land investment and productivity improvements. And that for parts of Tanzania and in many sub-Saharan African countries, there are belts of clusters of population where the viability, perhaps, of economic production, including labor-intensive manufacturing, and not only agriculture or resource-related, could be viable for export also outside the region. It will be important when thinking about trade to distinguish clearly and connect between domestic, intra-regional and extra-regional trade in terms of current situation and outlook. This is because there could be important trade impacts related to increased domestic supply of products and services in key sectors. And a competitive and growing home market will critically affect the links and opportunities of international trade. Currently, as mentioned, Tanzania has a limited diversification in its international trade, both in terms of products and markets. Perhaps this is in line with what is to be expected. Revealed comparative advantage, some would say, given the resource base. But it is also clear that both comparative and competitive advantages change over time, and some is more dynamic and with large spillover and economies of scale and intersectoral characteristics. See the literature of Daniel Rodrik and Daniel Hausmann, for example. The share of Africa in production and trade is fairly similar to the very low share in climate and carbon financing that have been mentioned in the last few days, at respectively 3 and 2.6% of the global number. But obviously much lower than its share of world population at 16%. Within Africa, East Africa is seen as a sub-region that has many promising characteristics for increased trade. So despite some scientific papers casting doubt on the benefits of closer regional integration, due to the tendency of unequal sharing of the benefits of trade, tilting towards the more developed countries, there would seem to be a case for increased intra-regional trade as promoted overall in Africa. A key finding of recent empirical studies have been that intra-regional trade in East Africa has significantly higher technological level of goods, and furthermore, for several countries, that gradual competitive import substitution could represent an effective strategy to diversify and upgrade industries in a challenging extra-regional market, where the opportunities for land and resource-rich countries to move into labor-intensive industries and manufacturing, unless it is closely linked to natural resources, seem difficult. Tanzania overall has a revealed comparative advantage in both consumer goods and intermediate goods in such a regional perspective. So, looking ahead, now I've been indulging a bit more than I should maybe on my time, but this is a very fascinating topic. So looking ahead, the next few decades, considering climate and green competitiveness perspective, what other things can we see? One element that is likely to dominate Tanzanian trade picture that we have not really discussed much at this conference, but that everyone knows about, is the LNG. LNG probably on the export side. Negotiations of the host government agreement is intensely ongoing. Some of us, including Norway and Netherlands that was here earlier, have firms that are actively engaged in these discussions with government. And there are expectations to finalize those negotiations by end of this year. With current world market prices, both most spot and fixed contract, the projected production level in Tanzania, once on stream with full capacity, could dwarf any other export revenue or any other export source for a long time to come. depending what will happen with the prices in the gas market. So this is, but what will decide its competitiveness and contribution to green growth and climate and inclusiveness? Is this really sustainable? Is it something we can promote? Is LNG or gas products in general a solution to climate change challenge? Probably not in the longer term, as we want to move to net zero. Although capture and increased reinjection of CO2 is there and will come more and more. But as a transition fuel, it is recognized by many, if not most. The alternative in the short-medium term is worse in most cases. It can also most likely represent similarly a transition solution, probably in a mix with other options. In terms of cleaner and healthier cooking, and thereby go some way to address the majority of the current CO2 emission in Tanzania and in most sub-Saharan African countries, as this is linked to using charcoal and fuel wood that is linked strongly to deforestation and land degradation. So I'm finishing off, Donald. You're probably concerned on the time, so apologies for indulging. This is really been a fantastic conference for me. Been like coming home a little bit to be at a research conference of Repoa in Tanzania and now in Zanzibar for the first time. So thanks for bearing with me on a somewhat long-winded and in my own head journey of thought, not quite connecting all the dots, not fully consistent, and without really having addressed all the more critical and difficult issues on policy program and finance. But thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Olav. The beauty of having a researcher to give a remark, because the researcher is always thinking and bringing new insights, and I think we have gotten some more additional information that we can include in our workshop proceedings in terms of recommendations and areas that we need to look further into. Thank you very much. And now, Mr. Gugu, the acting PS, the Minister of Investments, Industry and Trade. Let me give you the floor to help us to close this workshop on behalf of your counterparts here in Zanzibar. Karibu sana.
Asante sana. Dr. Mari, on behalf of Repoa, and Dr. Olav, representing the development partners, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My task is very simple. As Dr. Mari has said, I have the honor to be given this opportunity on the very last bit of our engagement, 2 days engagement here, to just close. However, on behalf of the Minister in charge for investment, industry and trade in the United Republic of Tanzania, Dr. Shatu Kijaji, MP, we would like to convey our sincere gratitude and thanks to the revolutionary government of Zanzibar and Repoa for inviting us to this forum. Last year, this forum was done in Tanzania, the 25th annual research, and we were glad to be part and parcel in the organizing committee of the event. And I thought this time around we would also come and enjoy as invitees. However, that could not be the experience. You would note that I had the opportunity and privilege to chair one of the sessions representing Honorable Saada Mkuya, who could not be here with us. And here again, this is a noble task that I also receive at this time around. So I could not enjoy being just a normal participant like any other person here. So thank you very much for that. But again, we would like to convey our sincere gratitude to the ministry, to our sister ministry of Trade and Industrial Development in Zanzibar, for availing us this opportunity to offer the closing remarks. And again, before I do that, I would like to sincerely convey to the audience here that for us who are policymakers coming from the government, We really take note of the topic and the discussions. There is a lot that we have observed, a lot that we have learned, a lot that we have taken up, and we will be able to use them effectively in the policy activities that are ongoing. You may wish to note, in both of our governments, a lot is happening currently with respect to reviewing our policies to align to our third 5-year development plan, which is geared towards competitiveness. And therefore, the topic today, which talks about adapting, particularly trade, in terms of climate change and green growth, I think there's a lot that we can tap into and be able to use to improve the policy frameworks in Tanzania, especially on investment, in promoting investment, in industrial development and trade. As Tanzania going into the African continental free trade area, I think a lot of lessons, particularly on agriculture and food systems, that we will be able to make good use of as we proceed to that bigger continental framework. I wouldn't want to take much of your time again, but this time it's only to say that I declare the 26th annual research officially closed. Thank you very much.
SNTV Online, huu ni wakati wetu. 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 SNTV Online, huu ni wakati wetu.